Welcome to the WARDITV 2025 Championship. It's Championship weekend.
Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment.
Blaze just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god.
Here we go, Reynolds gonna dive in. He does drop a mega fungal on everything. He's gonna refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's gonna be on the way already. We're gonna get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege tank, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at.
On the high grounds, the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no.
And you're ready to blow up on the adept. Oh, the worst adept shade of all time.
Classic is your WARDITV 2025 champion. (4-0) dominance. I'm gonna figure this out in the end. I'm trying to do the math on which button I need to press to combine to unmute the freaking my microphone. I'm just like, I press one button, I'm like, that ain't it. I'm looking at it, like staring as though that's gonna change them. Like, is that it? Oh, hello guys, how are we doing? Welcome to the stream today. I hope you're all having a wonderful start to your week. Welcome to the WARDITV Mondays, where we bring you guys StarCraft 2 action on a Monday. I know what you're thinking, isn't that crazy? Alright, hello. How are we doing? Hope we're all feeling good, and hope we're all excited for some StarCrafting. We can get started in a moment or two. We're just probably going to go Shameless Yakov first round. Seems like a very responsible choice to make. It seems like a really good matchup. In the round 16, a few less signups than usual today. I think the fact that GSL moved to today because because of the Kung Fu Cup event probably messed us over a little bit in that regard. Kind of a fun one. GSL messaged me. They were like, hey, just wanted to let you know, because of the Kung Fu Cup, we're going to move our thing to Monday, but don't worry, it won't affect your tournament. I'm like, I feel like if you're going to run a 4-hour tournament that starts 3 hours before mine, it probably will. But okay. Well, some of the Koreans signed up, but a lot of the guys that usually do have not, so I'm shocked. I couldn't believe it. Crazy, I know, crazy. Real talk, though, we are going to kick off Shameless Yakov. I think it just makes a lot of sense to begin with. So, yeah. We'll do that to start us off and get that ready to rumble, guys. WARDITV Mondays on a Monday, a true novelty. Yeah, you should write this one down in your diary, guys. Like, today I woke up and witnessed a Monday Cup on a Monday. I promise you it will not... I will not let you down. We will make sure the Monday Cup moves more frequently in the future. So, yeah. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, we got Clem, Shameless Yakov, herO, Shin. Oh, I didn't see Shin in the freaking... Oh, Shin has to play herO second round again. Oh, Shin, I'm so sorry. Boo Shin. Yeah, I complained about that last week. He has it again. MaxPax, Nicrct, Showtime, Hearthstone, Percival, Gerald, ByuN, Nice, Solar, GG Machine. There's the lineup today, so we're going to work our way through this. When we get to the end of the StarCraft 2 today, guys, we're going to be doing some of our sponsored content for Call of Dragons. You can !COD in the Twitch chat if you want to get ahead on that and want to get involved already. Downloading the game, leveling up, etc. does help with the stream directly. We get paid in cold hard cash. I mean, cold hard cash in the form of a cold hard cash in the form of eventually a PayPal transfer, but we get paid cold hard cash if you guys sign up and level up and stuff. And obviously, if you want to level up with me later and play along with me, we can probably make a bit of a clan or something. Then check that out already. You know, get started now, and then you'll be ready to game with me later on, and we can become the strongest Call of Dragons team that we've ever seen. So yeah, that's the kind of going. That's the way that things are heading today. That's what we're going to get up to. Yeah. Cool. No MaxPax in the top 4 of the seeding, but he actually randomized himself into seed 5. What a king. Gonna alleviate some of the potential pressure. I mean, MaxPax round of 8 would be herO. So that top side of the bracket, MaxPax herO round of 8, potentially Clem round of 4 is pretty brutal. Bottom side, Showtime, ByuN, Solo gonna have to be favorites in that section. Very cool. All right, readies have been done. And we are going to send it into Winter Madness to start the day, guys. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're all feeling well. Let's cast some StarCraft 2. In hopefully a nice, calm, chilled out format, unlike, the previous days of the WARDITV Team League, which have been the opposite of a calm and chilled out format. So, yeah, let's do this in a way that we've not been kind of particularly used to in the last week or so, as in the top left-hand side. We will start things off with the Red Protoss player. This is going to be Shameless. And he takes on Yakov in the bottom right side, our blue Zerg player. Teammates in the WARDITV Team League. Excited to see what exactly the two give us. Yeah, I always think Yakov and Shameless is a cool matchup. Two players who continue to rise toward the top and continue to do very well for themselves and, have results and take maps off the, the best of the best and all that kind of exciting business. So, yeah, every time we get to see them, I'm always finding these two a fun matchup against one another. And yeah, I do think that this will make for some fun watching in the early stages as we get this underway. So, we get started up. A Proby coming across the map, the Overlord moving through, a hatch and a drone coming about. Gate and the assimilator coming by as well, so continue to get that on the way just for the moment. Yeah, a couple of hatches coming up. He's going to actually put one into the base of his opponent, so we are going to get a little spicy early on. Hatchery into the in-base of his opponent here. And that's going to be Yakov just trying for a little proxy hatch aggression to start things off. And we'll see how well that goes. And we'll see a Nexus coming down for a moment or two. Just going to bring that into play. Again, a couple of hatches, the gas and the pool all coming up. So we are finally going to get gas pool behind this. And like I say, Shameless just expands out on the map. I wonder if this is going to be a problem, because to me this sort of screams, hey, this is going to be really easy for you to attack. It's a wide open space. It is not super wall offable. Think about all the attacks where the wall, plays a major part of the defense. Well, none of that's going to be apparent here because you're not going to be able to wall off. So, yeah, I know there's an investment at this hatchery early, and that obviously delays other things, but I do wonder if there's still maybe an opportunity to possibly take that hatchery, to take that Nexus and maybe punish it a little bit as Yakov. It'll be interesting to see what his approach is there. Obviously, usually pros players will work on this hatchery and then just expand late. And typically even building 2 gateways to get some extra units out and to spend their resources early. This hatchery is going to finish because we have not put the resources into denying it anywhere near early enough. So hatchery finishes up. That just means a bit more of an investment from Yakov. He starts a couple lings. He is going to start the queen. I'm kind of surprised if the queen got out. I mean, it's possible maybe if we go and chase the Zerglings down when they pop. That would really be like a choice, wouldn't it? As the couple lings do pop, and they actually will chase down a probe, and that is, I think, the probe that probably goes down. I don't think we clean these lings up in time unless the probe starts to regen around the Nexus. Wow, great job by Shameless. That is going to be able to save it. So we actually do not lose that probe. We do lose 2 probes overall, though, so actually we do deal some damage. And I'm just going to have the Stargate building up on the side of Shameless. Just going to get that underway as well. And an Oracle going to start building on the Stargate. So we get that started. Lings and good numbers are going to show up on this pylon because, well, guys, I'm going to say it again, there's a lack of a wall off here. Now, there are 2 Adepts, and the 2 Adepts should do pretty well at picking away at the Zerglings. We do see a few of those Lings beginning to go down. We turn back around, we get another probe. Going to be seeing this pylon coming up on that 3rd base. The drone going to pull over to the sides. Going to be setting back over there for a few moments. Again, the Oracle and the battery coming through at the moment, so we bring that all into play. And this drone starts to go back over to that right side as well, looking to see what's going on. A couple of Lings are going to jump onto the pylon. Just going to get that up and running. Lings will finish this pylon off, so just going to get rid of that, open up that space. Obviously, no 3rd hatch yet from Yakov. It's this Ling count especially, I think, which is holding him back there. Nothing's gonna show up. We actually do lose some drones. Sorry, I'm dealing with an admin issue. Apologies. The Oracle got in, got a few drones. Yeah, sorry guys, just it's walkover time. So, excuse me a moment, I'm gonna have to tab out as well. Someone's not here. Forgive me. Alright, yeah, sorry, just, sorting that out. So a few drones went down. So the Oracle actually successful. It puts Yakov in a bit of a tough position because it doesn't feel like he's really doing that much else right now. It feels like we are hitting a little bit of a brick wall of this attack. And if he doesn't really find any damage, then yeah, this might be a little bit of a weakening position for him here early on. Let's use the Oracles. Able to clean up a couple of Zerglings at least, so we are able to get some work done on that one. And now on we go. A couple drones, a couple probes. Like I say, it's Yakov that just lost a few extra though, so he is kind of in the business of needing to do a little bit more with regard to that. He simulated the pylon, the Twilight Council. Will continue to come into place. The couple of additional gateways, the Nexus and the Warp Gate, had a couple more probes on as well. And there's the Ewa Chamber, the hatcheries, the Overlords and the Queen all continue to produce as well here. A few Zerglings still just sat outside in the front. The feeling's gonna be just running through, just gonna get a probe for a second, then just gonna get a little grab. Just gonna see the Adept shading back about as well for a second or so, so we get that on the move. And we just have the Forge and the gateways continue to come through. Oh, lots of admin things today. Yeah. Alright, sorry guys, gotta walk someone else over. Alright. Apologies. And we get back to this. And we get back on track. So a couple of Oracles off to the side, a couple of drones go down. We'll see the Adept's still gonna try and fight through the fused Zerglings. We'll be trying to chase for a little bit. Just gonna see those Lings. We're going to try and get some wraparounds on these Adepts. So trying to see what else is going on. Adepts will fire through a couple more drones being picked away at right now. Just going to see the Queens and the Lings continuing back together. And yeah, +1 blink coming through. Bane Nest, Lair, the Lings and the melee upgrade, all of that coming in at the moment. So again, a lot of production coming by right off the bat. I'm just looking to see what we continue with, can continue with over the course of the next few minutes here as we get this all set and into place. Oh my god, words are hard. So dangerous trying to talk nowadays. Am I excited to not be doing Team League today? I am thrilled to not be doing Team League today. However, I'm absolutely objectively horrified that I have to go back to it tomorrow. So, you know, it's a short-lived kind of, it's a short-lived euphoria. I don't know. I kind of believe that like tomorrow's matches might actually go smoothly. I just know for a fact that later in the week the games are going to go to shit again because I already know certain people are disappearing because they didn't tell me until too late. And yeah, I honestly right now my willingness to think about Team League is at an all-time low. I just I kind of just want this tournament to run itself for a while. Meanwhile, 17 probes get blasted, so Yakov in for some damage himself. There's actually a lot of damage as he's obviously in some heavy pressure here. Can he deal with these Stalkers? Stasis Ward helps. Obviously, the Oracles will help as well. The Stalker's already on Blink cooldown. They should get it back again in a second here to undo this Ling surround. It doesn't look like the Lings are really doing enough, so despite Shameless losing all those workers, maybe a little bit too little damage too late. I mean, it was actually quite a lot of damage from Yakov, but just too late to necessarily matter, because if these Stalker counts are already looking this good, then he might just be done for anyway. He's a long way off +2 melee. We do see Hydras on the way out, but are we going to have enough? And are we going to have enough protection for them? We got a few out and 5 more on the way. We're getting to a decent position, in fairness. So Stalker still stepping through. Queen going to get picked off. The Hatchery taking some damage. Some of the Zerglings going to come running in as well. I'm just going to see those Hydras going to be there. Ling, Hydra, Queen to play cleanups. At the moment, at least against the Zealots, we're fine. But I do think against the Stalkers, we're going to have issues here. I do think that's going to be a problem in the long term. Woody will learn to love the chaos, love the mess that is Team League. Yeah. It's like, you know, like, okay, imagine you wake up, and when you get woken up, the first thing you see is your work, and your work is like, hey, do you want to start dealing with a problem at 7:30 in the morning? Because you can, right? Then imagine the entire workday, this problem persists or gets worse, and then when you finish work, you finally chill for a bit, you go home, you have some food, and then you pull your phone out of your pocket and your work's there, and it's like, hey, by the way, do you want to know what tomorrow's problem is going to be? Like, this is my life with Team League right now. I wake up to a problem. There are problems through the day. We go to bed. There's another problem. It's endless. It is endless. But we'll get there. It'll be fine. It'll be fun in the end. I'm just in rant mode at the moment, so... Yeah, this was meant to be a new week, guys. Yeah. Shin and Geralt signed up today and no-showed. Yeah, seems like it. Yeah, Geralt is quite frequently not here at the start of the tournament. Shin, not so much, but I wonder if he's just upset that he's got herO in the second round. I wouldn't blame him. He's been screwed on the season a couple of weeks in a row now. Unfortunately, that is the power of randomization. Sometimes you get randomized into the good guys. It's kind of a weird deal because GSL moved, because Kung Fu Cup's on Wednesday. So GSL moved from Wednesday to today to avoid the Kung Fu Cup. But because all the Korean players just played for the last 3 to 4 hours, I think a majority of them actually don't want to play the Monday Cup. So even though GSL did not completely directly clash with my tournament, because it was the 3 hours before my tournament, I think a bunch of the guys who might usually play on the Monday decided not to play instead. So a little bit unfortunate, a bit of a weaker Monday this week with that. But hey, you know, at least they dodged one $400 tournament to hit the other one, right, guys? Right, guys? Ay. Like I say, they didn't completely directly clash, but I do think it's a bit untrue to say that it won't have an impact on the tourney when they're going to run it directly before still. So all good. God, I'm really in complain mode. You guys got me complaining lately. Yeah. You have to give me a few subs or something. Maybe shut up and be positive again, right? Jeez, I'm so hard to please. Lingbait and Hydra is going to try and get in position. Yakov is struggling to deal with Shameless, who has just been able to position well. Going to have a few units around the back. The stage sword's going to keep you fairly safe there. And obviously you can force field that ramp now, so we're just going to kind of engage into the right side. We take down the top portion of the army first. The few Banes are going to roll through. They actually are the most successful part of this from Yakov so far. They're nice, but I'm just not sure if they're going to be nice enough to be a deal breaker. Let's see, the Hydra's going to try and chase down, but against those Colossus, well, Hydra's chasing Colossus as usually has one story line that it ends up on, which is bad. Yeah, usually it's pretty rough chasing those Colossus down with Hydras, and you do see some Zealots in the natural at the same time. It does look as though we're going to have a GG on the horizon here. As, yeah, I don't think there's too much else to say on this one, guys. I think we are done. With Shameless having a little bit too much, it looks like Yakov will be taking a 1-game loss to start things off today. And away we go. So the Stalkers and the Colossus coming back around. A couple of Hydras are going to get laser beamed. The Bane lanes are going to morph in. He's going to try and dive through there. Just going to see a couple of those Colossus continuing through. We'll just step back. Just going to be seeing the Mothership and the +3 attack upgrade coming through. A couple more Archons. I mean, Shameless just has a lot, and Yakov not as much in comparison. It's still 4 bases for Yakov, but he's got to make up for kind of lost supply, and he's got to make up an army composition that is just not as good as his opponents as well. So I'll go ahead and say that this is probably looking like Shameless is going to be able to, yeah, probably able to take the 1-0 lead. Sorry guys, I'm still dealing with admin stuff today. Usually Mondays are very quiet, and today we've got less players and more admin issues than ever before. And when I say more admin issues than ever before, 3 different people have messaged me. 3! Can you believe it? 3! 3 people. That is probably a record in terms of amount of admin problems in one day. 2 walkovers and someone who couldn't find an opponent that was right there in the chat channel. Unbelievable. It has been a ridiculous morning. A ridiculous morning. It's only 25 minutes deep, and it's not even the morning anymore. Ridiculous start to the mid-afternoon, to the afternoon. Unbelievable. Whew. Believe a second, get some of this chaos out of the system. You're going to see Viper's going to come forward, and, well, they're not going to change anything here. Shameless just has had too much for a long time. This is a game that we kind of knew was coming to a close, and we got it to its close. GG's. Alright, so we go 1-0 for Shameless to start this off. And we'll kick off into game 2 in just a couple of moments. Does seem like everyone else is underway and playing, though. So that is good. So everyone else getting underway, getting started. We'll give you guys any updates on the bracket as we get them. Clem obviously looking to go back-to-back this week after finally winning one last week. First time in a while. He's going to have a tough section of the bracket, and then, like I say, the lower half of the bracket is full of the players that have not won the Mondays as often, but definitely some Monday champions. Solo, ByuN, and Showtime, both multi-time Monday champions, so it's going to be a fun one to see as well. Showtime's won more than one of these things, right? He's just won one. He's just won one. 5-time finalist, 6-time finalist, though. But he has won one. All right, Yakov going to ready us up. And we're going to go game 2. Shameless, Yakov, second game. Coming out right now, my friends. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. Alright, let's get in game. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the Red Pros player with the 1-0 lead. It is going to be Shameless, able to just actually... Obviously, kind of a funky early game with that proxy hatch and then so on and so forth, but he just started to deal damage. The Oracle getting in and getting so many drones in the end, and then everything else that kind of tippled on from that, really kind of sealing the deal. And Shameless up 1 in this BO3. In the top left-hand side, the blue Zerg player is Yakov. We get him up and running. Ready to kick off a game number 2. You can bounce back here on Title Citadel, one of the lesser played maps actually. This map originally I thought was going to get played a pretty decent amount, but it has definitely become lesser played over recent history. And is in the bottom right side. Red Protoss player is Shameless. Game number 2 of our BO3 Proby. Coming across the map. Hatch, gas pool. Likely all going to be on the way. No gas and pool yet, but just watching for it. Unless we're going to go... Okay, yeah, sorry. We're actually going to throw the hatchery across the map again with the drones. So, hatch, and then gas pool perhaps as the intriguing POV to set us off on this one. So, get that going. This probe's going to start coming back around for a couple of seconds. Just going to move in over here. Take a moment and continue through. So far, so good. Pro World Patrol. And yeah, let me just take it easy. There's a hatchery, like I say here. Watched on the mini-map. Maybe we should actually watch it in person. Believe it or not, sometimes that is a good thing to do as well. So we'll do that for a second. Get this underway. Couple probes and the Zealot are going to all gather. Going to work their way through this hatchery already being nibbled on. Going to see the hatch getting nibbled, so Zealot and a couple of probes will continue to slice and dice. Just going to work our way through this. Ling Speed, Lings, and the Queen all building through. Stargate, Probe, and the Adept continue to come by as well. It's just bringing a lot of this into play. And, yeah, Adept, Zealot, Proby, continue to fight. A couple Lings going to get pushed back around a little bit as well. That hatchery is going to fade away and gets taken out, and now just going to see some slicing from the Zealot. Going to take a few more moments to continue setting up into this. That Ling Speed and the Queen still building by. A couple batteries coming through, the Adept and the Zealot together. Going to sit on the low ground. There's quite a few Lings, but I feel like I'd be surprised if the Zealot went down, and yet there we go. We actually get the Zealot kill, so the Zealot goes down, one less thing to worry about. Now Ling's showing up on this third. To be honest, I still in theory like what Yakov does here against Shameless. He's going to kill this pylon, maybe run away with the Lings now. I don't think it's worth running at the Adepts. I guess the only issue with this is that by the time Ling Speed is done, it's so late for you, right? So it's so late by the time Ling Speed is done that you can't really capitalize by flooding things because the first Oracle's already come to be out, and there's a bit more kind of setup and so on, and that's because you're going hatch gas pool rather than like if you were just at home hatch gas pool trying to Ling flood normally. So definitely making a difference there as these Adepts shade up, but there's not enough Lings to capitalize, so again the Adepts just get another kill, and the Lings just have to continue to move back for the moment. Smoke roll on the way. The Hatcher's building. The Lings and the Queen still building up. Just going to see a couple of Adepts will be there taking some damage. The Lings getting a wrap around for a few moments. 3 drones going down. The Oracle in the back. Have to recall away. Oh, so close to dying. I thought it had gone down. I thought Yakov had it, and that's a little sad. And try and cheer on the guy who's having some issues right now. And yeah, unfortunately, not quite able to make a grab there. That would have just been nice, right? Would have been a nice little addition, nice little something just to keep you going. Thing's going to be there. That Oracle's still nearby. Yeah, Oracle on the move for a moment. 7 more drones, and the Queen will be building up as well. So plenty of drones. Queen on the way. Oracle moving about. And then up towards the top again. Twilight Council on those gateways. All coming through. That's the Oracle activating. Now he gets 2 drones. The second one became the Evo Chamber just in time. Even still, this is just an investment that's slowing down your drone mining and slowing down some of the money that you've got available to you as well. And we still have 2 drones on the kill board. And the Oracle finally pushed away, having expended most of its energy, not worth sticking around against those Queens. The follow-up this time from Shameless can be Glaives. They're going to try and do something very quickly on the follow-up here, essentially. It's just straight into Glaives, get that on the way. Stalker is going to go, pinging at the Overlord. Goes down. Double Assimilator coming up on the left-hand side. The Lings are going to run down this ramp and try to see what we can do here. Steps come about, Lings get moving. These Oracles is going to be on the move a little bit as well, so they're going to come over to the top side, ready to run into the third for a moment or so. A couple of Queens are going to get there as well. And then these Oracles are going to stay up towards the top, and around they go. Just going to be seeing the Oracle are going to fire for a couple of shots as well already, so a few hits coming in from that. One Oracle actually goes down, which is something for Yakov. Yakov this game a bit better set than he was in the last, so maybe a little bit more hope for him here compared to what we saw previously. We will see. How's that blink, the gate, and the probes all continue in to production at the moment. Hydrogen on the way through, hatching the Lings and the Banes still coming up, the more Adepts coming across the map as well. It's going to take a shade into that mineral line. And Bane gathers up the Adept shade around the left side. Trying to move up there, the hatchery going to take some damage, the Ling's going to run down, looking to try and get a catch on the Adepts. The Adepts will commit to the shade. That'd be pretty brave because there's a bunch of Banes that are going to come rolling after you. And obviously shading into the Banes would have been a disaster. If you get 5 workers, then this is cleaned up. Still cost you a lot of Banelings. Still costing you quite a few Zerglings as well. 8 drones in total is the final tally. Yeah, it's still pretty pricey at the end of the day, I guess. Let's just have... Otherwise, a couple of Banes getting caught on the other side of the map in a stasis. So they're not quite connecting the way that they want to. I don't think they're going to find the damage done that they would have been hoping for here initially either. The Stalkers pull back across, just going to be seeing a couple of these gates still coming down, the Robo facility coming up, Blink in the Storm Wall building. You have the couple Queens, Hydras, and drones gathering as well. This Oracle heading back down to the bottom side for the moment as well. Oracle just pulling back across for a little bit. Moving through for the moment. Oracle comes about, +1 missiles in the groove spines coming up. Just going to see the infestation pit, the 9 more drones. Lings and Hydras all building out. 5 Stalkers, 2 gateways coming into place. This army ready to move down and out onto the map. Alright, look at Den Hive. We really actually do get to just take a few moments of calm here to set up. A little bit of Ling Hydra going to move about as well. It's just going to be cruising for a second. So again, the missile upgrade coming through. Nexus and the Stalkers and the Observer continue to come back as well. So we bring all of that up. Stalkers and the Zealots out over to the far left here. And yeah, moving to take position. So Shameless looking to drop a Revelation down. Going to clean up a little bit of creep, and Overlord taking some damage as well. Those Hydras still trying to get through. Stalkers blinking up. They will try and get after those Hydras as well. And it's an Overlord that's going to get jumped on. First Storm onto a few Banelings. A couple Stalkers absorbing the Banelings as well. A lot more Stalkers warping in. Going to step through. Going to see a Storm try and zone out the rest of that army. Storm is going to keep clearing it up, and we are going to have ourselves an army that doesn't look like it's going anywhere. The zoning on these storms has been great. A lot of these units getting tagged down. The Lings just running in still, despite the Hydras pulling back as well. Just a little bit of disjointedness. The Lings across the map are going to hit this fourth, but it's not going to matter as we clean out a base. And I honestly think Yakov probably could push further up. Shameless could probably push further up. We'll see if he does. He might just go home, having killed off a base. Might swing around the right side and aim for that hatch instead. You know, right now you're kind of walking forward on creep. It's a bit dangerous. Like I say, I think it's fine, but obviously sometimes it's hard to make that call within the game. Shameless seems to agree, though. He's traded well. And this does not seem to be going the way of Yakov in the slightest. So, he gets the control of this sorted out. So, Stalks and the Archon still coming through. The Overlord still taking some pings and some damage. And this is pretty much all they wrote here in this game 2, and in this series. Unfortunately, Yakov, it's going to be a quick in and out of the WARDITV Mondays today. No big deep run from him, unfortunately. He's got the Lurkers. I just don't think the Lurkers make enough of a difference here, but hey, I'd love to be wrong. I'd love this game to go on a bit. I'd love to see a bounce back in this series. The Lurkers surviving a long time, but as we blink forward on top of them and start to really clear them out, it just feels as though the hope we have, or any hope we kind of put on those, it's going to very quickly dissipate here, and that's exactly what you're starting to see right now. So that starts to get cleaned up. The Stalker's still coming through. Drones in the hatch in some trouble. The Overlord's in some trouble as well. Stalker warp in once again. At this point, the supply is not being caught by Yakov in the slightest. Again, a couple Lurkers available, but that's really it. Those are the only things that have half a chance of playing defense here. And as you lose bases, you just can't realistically stay in this game. We're going to step forward. We get a Lurker. We blink back out of there. And Shameless does look to make the finishing touches to this game 2 to take this as a 2-0 victory. Game is called. Yakov taps. Shameless advances into the round of, I believe, round of 8 today, actually, as these two were the two that started off in the round of 16. herO already into the round of 8 as well. He'll be waiting for MaxPax on Nicrct, who are currently playing. Yep, they've been in game 4 minutes. And then, so MaxPax, Nicrct, winner plays herO. Percival waiting for Hearthstone, Rebellion, or Showtime. That's going to be a little while. ByuN and Nice playing. The winner of that plays Solo or GG Machine. Shameless beat Yakov. He waits for Clem or let Alex. Round of 8-wise, guys, I don't think we necessarily want to see Clem Shameless. I think that's a bit one-sided. herO MaxPax. If MaxPax does defeat Nicrct, would be fun. Maybe we just wait for the ByuN Nice game to wrap up on Solo GG Machine. Maybe we go into what is likely going to be TVZ there as well. That round of 8 could actually be very cool. So we've definitely got some options in terms of where today goes. Obviously, we will cast probably just one round of 8, both the round of 4s, and then the finals. It's yeah, the extra lack of like the 10 extra players we're missing today is really kind of putting doing us dirty in terms of stream length. I feel like. Feels like we're already talking about semifinals and we're barely started, so hopefully we get a little bit more feistiness here in terms of representation and so. And yeah, we'll figure this out soon. We'll be in game shortly, guys. Like I say, we'll just figure out what we want to cast. If you guys have preference in the chat on the bracket, then let me know. I might not listen to you all, but always open to suggestions. Let's see if we can get any info on ByuN versus Nice. I wonder if Inu's casting this, actually. Inu's not casting for another 19 minutes. Ah, Rex is casting Nice ByuN. How about this, guys? How about we just do Nice versus ByuN? And then we'll do the winner versus Solar, pretty much. Because Nice ByuN are apparently in game 1. So that just leads us nicely into a game 2. And we can just watch Rex's stream while game 1 is on, so we kind of know where it's at as well. It seems like a very reasonable idea to me. Clem and Alex are in game 1 as well. No, I think I like this plan. I think let's do ByuN Nice, and we'll just follow that section of the bracket through to the round of 8 and cast that round of 8 matchup as well. So let's set up for that. Alrighty. Alright, we'll just watch from the Rex stream for a little bit, guys. Obviously, in-game sounds or so, because Rex's stream is, you might be able to see he's in the corner. Looks like he's having his lunch, or tea, or dinner, whatever you want to call it, whichever meal of the day. But, yeah, so Nice and ByuN playing a game 1 of a BO3 here. One of this, like I say, one of this best of 3 will move on through to play Solar or GG Machine in the round of 8. So it gives us a versus Zerg after this, no matter what, whether that's TVZ or PVZ, we are yet to figure out. So watching this from Nice's point of view, because I don't think Rex is obsing right now, but yeah, you can see the production tab still, and the production tab shows another Stargate, and yeah, +1 air weapons, so it definitely feels like we're doing something very air heavy, and you see the confirmation of carrier production. Can tell us that Nice is definitely doing things a little bit off from the norm. We see ByuN scouting about 1 Marine to see what's going on. You can see his production tab still, even if we're just watching from Nice's POV. The 5 extra Marines and the medevac coming up. Oracle doing okay, getting a couple more kills. Seen that experience pop up when you kill things. You remember when things gave experience and you could actually level up in StarCraft? You can still level up, can't you? Just we've all been max level for years. The reason people play with the XP drops on, in case you're not sure, is that the experience from killing a unit when it pops up can be a little bit more visible on your screen, so it's a little bit of an easier way to know for sure. Especially if you're kind of killing something and backing away, sometimes it pops in like the fog of war area-ish still, so you can just get an easier confirmation that you actually killed that unit you were targeting. So that's why you see some people playing with the experience drops on the screen, despite it being something which, personally, when I play, I find very annoying seeing it all the time. Like, shut up, I don't care. But yeah, some people play for it to try and take that competitive edge out of it, at least the way that it works. That's a lot of bio. As ByuN shows up, moving forward aggressively. There's not a lot of interceptors left, but the second carrier actually does help a lot here, I'd say. I feel like the second carrier is very, very helpful right now. It's in a much better position than this felt like it was going to be otherwise. It's a lot of bio. It's just not enough interceptors. If they get rid of the gateway force, and this interceptor count is still super low, then these interceptors are just never going to really change anything, right? And these Marines are not really taking any damage right now. An energy recharge on a battery. New carrier? Is that enough? That might be enough to kind of push us back for the moment, honestly. That might get it done for now. Back and away we go. All right, nice. So we do manage to pull back a little. And you see the Nexus still coming about. Just going to have the Marines and the medevacs coming through. 2-7X cores building from Nice, I guess. Just wants more air upgrades. Otherwise, there's not really much reason to build 2 cyber cores unless you really believe you built one of them somewhere that's going to be... you built one of these cyber cores somewhere that's going to be killed off, in which case, why did you build it then in the first place? Be a little bit silly. Maybe not stupid, maybe not the craziest of things, but a little bit silly for sure. The Marines just work their way around the left-hand side. Just going to unload pylon. Cannons, batteries all coming up. If we can get rid of some of that stack defense, ByuN will typically want to do that. He is moving across the map to the upper right side as well, by the way, so we are going to be seeing ByuN with a larger army over here as well, looking for the push into this top right base. And there's just nothing nearby for Nice, so we're going to kill off every probe in this base. Overall, we're going to see 24 workers killed, so that's a pretty serious amount of damage done already. That's a major pick off early from ByuN, putting him into a really stellar position here for the moment. And just game one of this series based on the score, unless Rex has that wrong. But yeah, it looks very good so far from ByuN. Definitely a very solid start. It's going to be seeing these Marines coming about. It's going to see the few Liberators still overhead. This carrier force and the Tempest and the Mothership all looking good. Going to take a little bit of a move forward for a moment or so there. A few Zealots coming around the side as well. Just take position and see what we can do. If we can do anything against this army, we can scan against the cloaking of the Mothership. And ByuN just going to fight into this. The Interceptor dropping so quickly. There's just no support for this army. Knight has to say GG's. That gives ByuN a game number 1 victory in this BO3. So, as long as the result was, or the score on the screen was correct, that leads us into a game 2 with ByuN up 1-0. Just looking for these guys to host in the lobby, and we'll jump into the second game right now. Alright, we are just waiting for everyone to be readied up here. We are going to kick off into Ruby Rock for game 2, guys. So again, that's ready to rumble. Thank you for joining us. And good to see you guys. There's an inside joke. There's a joke in the StarCraft 2 lobbies, because herO has been joining the lobbies for the last month or two, and he's always like, "Hey, I'm Korean caster." So herO became Korean caster. You know, he's the Korean caster. But now some of the other guys are joining to cast the games and stuff. And so when the other guys join the game, I was like, "Wow, you guys are really trying to put herO out of a job." But then everyone's just saying, "No, herO the best caster." herO big, strong, and powerful. So this is like the most consistent joke that happens in the lobbies of these of these tournaments. Like every single week, every single time, we're always talking about herO caster. Man, herO the caster, man. Yeah. A man of legend. Alright, game number 2 here as we get started up. There is going to be a little probe nibbling up on a SCV across the map to begin with, so that's going to be a starting point for us just at the very get-go here. And we look to see what exactly comes out for us. There's obviously the probe across early. Is going to, if nothing else, what this probe does is it guarantees you that this barracks is at home. You do not have to worry about the proxy because you can just see everything super early. There's no way for this probe to be denied or anything like that. Have I completed the entirety of the OG StarCraft? What, you mean the campaign? I have not completed any campaign of any StarCraft. I've done about 4 missions of SC2 campaign and one of the Nova Covert op missions, and that was it for me. Yeah, that's kind of it for me. I'm not much of a single player guy. I never completed the original Wall campaign. No, I'm not a single player guy. Just this stuff does not interest me at all. I tried to play it, and then I get really bored because you get to like mission 4 and you've got to sit for 20 minutes while the Zerg attack you and you build bunkers. And I just think, cool, well, I just have no reason to do more than this. I've never been a campaign guy. Yeah, I'm not just not a single player game guy in general anyway. Even if I play something, it's very rare that I ever get close to finishing it or anything like that, to be honest, so... Yeah. Wow, unsubscribed. Wow, that's the fastest unsub I've ever seen. They already got rid of your sub icon. Is that the unsubscribe extreme? Where, where they unsubscribe you within 10 seconds, they don't even pay out the rest of your subscription time? It's crazy. Yay. Look, I'm just holding out, right? Because someday, right? Someday I will be able to be like, hey guys, first time StarCraft 2 campaign playthrough. And everyone's gonna be like, what? No one's not played the StarCraft 2 campaign. That's a StarCraft 2 streamer. This is gonna be really interesting, right? So I'm just holding out for like a rainy day. Where I need a way to do some different kind of content, and that's gonna be it. I'm just gonna be like, look guys, here we are. Just gonna do something a little different here. Like it's the campaign. It's Wardy's campaign playthrough. Did you say unsubscribed? You meant subscribed. Thank you, friendly uncle, for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Wow. Yeah, you know what? Very easily done. I also accidentally hit the UN keys before I hit the S key when I'm about to type subscribed. Easily done, because if you think about it, right? Sub, S-U-B. Well, B is next to N and U is U, right? So you just got a little bit too excited with your right hand and went a little bit too soon inaccurately. And got started on the word a bit early. Makes sense. Wait for StarCraft 3 to do them all in a row? Okay, yeah, you know what? If StarCraft 3 ever comes out, I will play the campaign. How about that? I'll be disappointed. Probably not, because I don't really hold things like this in high stead anyway, you know? You always thought highly of me, how wrong you were. Look, you can't just... I'm out here trying to run StarCraft 2 turns. I don't got time to be seeing freaking Kerrigan attack me or having to save Kerrigan. I don't know what happens in StarCraft 2. I don't have time for Kerrigan to turn all nasty at me and F my shit up, you know? I gotta talk about real StarCraft 2. The nitty-gritty competitive stuff, you know? I got work to do here. Factory hops over, gonna start a reactor. StarCraft 3 needs a 4th race. I think the 4th race should be the cleaner bot race. I think clean bots are the best critter. And I genuinely think if we had a cleaner bot race, it would probably be great. What would it look like, you ask? Just cleaning bots. Clean bots are probably able to do everything. They just hold back their forms when cleaning the maps. I reckon a cleaning bot race would be top quality. Top quality. You'd pay to see me playing the campaign? Oh yeah, imagine how much you're going to pay when you still haven't seen it in 10 more years. But it's a fine line. Maybe in 10 years people wouldn't care at all. but maybe. Yeah. We're gonna do it at some point, guys. I'm just saving it for something special. Maybe as part of... We can maybe do it as part of the WARDITV 10-year anniversary stream. Maybe. That's later this year in September. Maybe we could do it as part of that. It'd be kinda cool. You're with me? You were never a single-player kind of guy? I have completed very few single-player games over the last few years. I think it would be fairly accurate to say that within the last 5 games I completed the story of, GTA 5 is probably one of those. And I played this before I went full time in StarCraft 2. I played this like in university, so like when it came out. I do not complete the story of a lot of single player games. There's a lot of games in general. Me and Helen played It Takes Two. We completed that one. It's a rare one I finished the story in. I played Ori and the Blind Forest. I really enjoyed that game. Finished that one. That is probably the 2 I could name off the top of my head. Outside of that, I'd have to really think. I guess Pokemon games. Yeah, I guess I finished the story of a bunch of Pokemon games over the last few years. Yeah. Fine. I'll admit to that one. GTA 5 released like 12 years ago. Yeah, maybe GTA 5 is within my last 10 games completed. Because like I said, Pokemon games are, I guess, a little bit different. So for me, yeah. ByuN is killing nice. Just has to deal with the DTs, by the way. We're really off topic on this game, so thank you guys. Appreciate the off topic, the aid in going off topic on this one. As yeah, ByuN is just looking as though he's probably got a little bit too much for Nice to really be dealing with here. And Nice is in some bother as we see those Zealots. Gonna get chased down. That Archon gonna get hunted for a little bit as well, so he's gonna get some grabs on that. Looks like the rest of these Zealots are gonna try and run forward. They're gonna get cleaned up as well. Really difficult to say much else than GG. Let's go to the next for ByuN, which is going to be with a 2-0 win. He'll move through to play against most likely Solar. I don't know if Solar and GG Machine have a result yet, but it will be against a Zerg, so it will be TVZ up next for us. There's the GG called. ByuN, game 2 victory. Off we go for him. Alright, ByuN, into the round of 8. Do we have a result from the other round of 8 match? We do. It will be ByuN versus Solar. And then meanwhile, Clem is going to be playing against Shameless. herO is playing against MaxPax. Percival waiting for Harstem and Showtime. So yeah, well, let's go ByuN Solar, guys. We don't need to see the PvP, do we? So yeah, we'll go ByuN and Solar for some Terran versus Zerg up next. Get this ready to start. Beautiful. herO and MaxPax in the round of 8. Yep. They keep on meeting each other fairly early in these tournaments, actually. I'd say early for them, right, when they're two players that could absolutely be meeting in the finals. But we've also seen our absolute fair share of herO versus MaxPax finals. We don't need to see them in the finals every week. Do you think it's good for the Monday Cup to be having a good variation of kind of when people play each other? Bum 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 bum. Alright, round of 8 time. We're an hour in. Today is gonna speed by, I can already tell. That's okay. We have some sponsor content to do at the end of today. At the end of today, guys, we are going to be playing Call of Dragons. If you want to get on top of that already, you can !COD in the chat. Install the game, gives us a couple of dollars. And again, to level 5, gets us a few dollars as well, and onwards and upwards with all of that. So check it out. I'm going to be playing at the end of the stream for an hour, maybe an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours if we're having fun and we're finished kind of early on the StarCraft. So we're going to be doing that at the end of the StarCraft today. Those sponsorships do go a long way towards us being able to run more SC2 for you guys, funding the Monday Cups alongside all of the other events that we do. So if you do have a few minutes to check out Call of Dragons, it's for PC as well, so you don't have to download it on your phone. This is just a PC download. You can play on your PC. And yeah, like I say, well, if you get started now, then when I start up later, you can join. We'll make a WARDITV clan, and we can overtake. We can be called upon by dragons and overtake the Call of Dragon universe together as one. Actually, was it last time? Maybe not last time we did Call of Dragons. The first time we did Call of Dragons, we had such a blast. It was actually so much fun because like a bunch of us started playing, and for the next couple of weeks, we actually continued to play like as a guild. It was really fun until we got into a fight with another guild because we wanted a certain bit of land and they wanted it too. Turns out they were way more powerful than us, and they basically gave us the ultimatum of join them or they would destroy us. And I said, I can't join you. I have a community, you know, we're all friends. You know, I can't just ditch my friends. So they killed us all. I was like, oh. Yeah, they did in fact make our lives miserable. They did successfully make our lives miserable, so we all quit. But it was very fun for the 2 weeks that we played, so maybe we'll have another similar experience this time around. Do, 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 do. Alright, ByuN and Solar. Just need Solar to actually be in the lobby. It's Shin who's in the lobby right now, so we'll get ByuN and Solar here ready to go. And this TVZ will be beginning very soon, guys. So, off into this in a moment. Alright, there. Ryung joined the lobby and said, I'm Korean caster, so now him and Shin are fighting over being Korean caster. Yeah, like it's the longest running joke in the StarCraft 2 lobby community lately. Hey, what's up, Dub Herb? Thank you so much for the Prime. 3 months. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much indeed. That's going to push us over to 600 subs. Oh my god, guys. We made it to 600. And now onwards to 700. Be like, do as ByuN tells you, guys. Sub with a little squiggle. Specifically with the squiggle as well. Like, if you're going to sub and not do a little squiggle while you sub, yeah, you know, we'll still accept it. But, you know, if you really want to go by ByuN's letter of the law, sub with a squiggle. And we appreciate you for subbing and squiggling to WARDITV. Of course, worth mentioning as well, we do have the Patreon page at patreon.com/WARDITV. 100% of anything you pledge over on the Patreon goes directly into StarCraft 2 tournament prize money. As obviously, our goal is to keep on raising as much as we can for this event, as well as the other events that we run. Obviously, Team League right now is funded by Create Entertainment, but we do also have, you know, a Spring Championship on the horizon as well, which means we're going to have another Spring Cup and all the other usual WARDITV events that are going on. So, all of that coming through, starting to take place. Going to be a lot of fun. And excited to see how that all goes with you guys, as we currently are just early in this game, following an Overlord. ByuN and Solar do typically take a few moments to yap with each other. They are quite the yapping duo, I do say so myself. And yap they shall right now as we work through a little bit of convo in the early stage of this game. It is going to be a second barracks from ByuN, by the way, so Multi-Rax Reaper, the starting point from him in this game. So that's going to be ByuN's way of getting things started. It's a lot of Korean. It's funny, I feel like when you see Korean, they always talk in such short phrases a lot of the time. Like, seeing like a bigger setup like this what Solo just sent is a little more surprising. Well, Reaper heads down to that bottom right side. I look to see what's going on. A couple of Reapers in the command center coming through. This Reaper will continue to dance for a little bit. Trying to see what else is happening just for a couple of seconds. What are they saying? They're just discussing the benefits of subscribing to WARDITV. So they're saying ever since he got the WARDITV replay pack, he's been such a better player, being able to study from the best in the world within the game has just really changed his game plan. ByuN agrees. He says personally his favorite thing is the ad-free viewing. He's a big WARDITV watcher. So he absolutely loves not being interrupted by ads in between the games, because he just likes looking at Wardy even when the games aren't on and the ads are playing. So Solar agrees with that too. And yeah, that pretty much that's pretty much I'm not gonna say it's word for word. It's a pretty good quick translate, I would say, just to get you guys, you know, let you guys know what they're saying. Seems to be a freaking thing to ask ByuN what he hates. Yeah, I actually remember this when we were talking about where to get chicken from. Yeah, this was a while ago, but I do remember this. It's in Micro by Solar. I was too busy reading chat and memeing with you guys. You see how much good StarCraft I miss because you guys are talking? Like, how often do I miss something cool happening because you guys are yapping on and I'm trying to be funny with it? Ay, ay, ay. I could see so much more StarCraft 2 if I paid attention. Unbelievable. Alright, got Stimpack and the Marines coming up, Queens, and the company coming by as well. So we got a little bit of this, a little bit of that coming through just for the moment. A Hellion gonna go shooting at a Ling for a second as well. A bit more damage being dealt. And yeah, those couple Queens gonna pull off over to that left-hand side. How dare I interact with the chat? I know. You guys ruin everything. Alright, Reapers and the Hellion together will join up, and Stimpack is going to be done fairly soon here from ByuN, so I'd imagine he's going to try and do something along those lines of, well, making some Stimpack worthwhile, is the TLDR of this, so Yeah, some stim pack on the way. We'll see how that goes. Just gonna see the Hellion and the Reaper. Gonna get rid of a Crypt Jammer for a second there. Just gonna make that grab nice, quick, and easy. And on we resume for the moment. Engineering base will finish up. The Medivacs on the way. And we do have ByuN just going to pull back. You only have ability. Just build that one Hellion. For some reason, I just never really realized that. And I'm just like constantly waiting for like more than the one Hellion to show up. Well, going to end up waiting a while for that. You can see the rest of the Marines. Going to be there. I mean, numbers are good. We'll see if these Medivacs popping gives ByuN the chance to get on the map. I'd be surprised if it didn't. At the very least, you can lift up these Marines and evacuate them to safety. And obviously, best case, you're going to actually get out there and do some very real damage. So, definitely feels like a worthwhile little investment. Marine Reaper Hellion still all gathering together. Going to take a stim in after a few of these queens. The shops will go back and forth and figure out what goes on here. Just going to be seeing the units pulling back over that left side a little further for now. Again, 1-1 upgrades coming in from both players. Just going to be seeing the hydrogen still on the way up. That hatchery and those lings and the few more drones continue to come by as well. And we continue to get more of that on the way. The Marines stepping away. Ling's not able to do much on the counterattack though, so that's good news for ByuN. Able to kind of stop Solar from taking control of this game by running by and running around and dealing damage. Watching 30,000 feet in the air. Thanks for making this flight pass by. Wow, I bet we can make your flight fly by with all the fun we're going to have today. I don't know why I felt the need to make this joke. Some days I feel like I have something good going for me and I'm just like, I'm on a mission to ruin it, you know? Yeah, okay. Isn't it crazy that, like, I always find it really crazy when, like, I know planes have Wi-Fi now. I've used Wi-Fi on planes. In fact, I'm often disappointed if the plane does not have Wi-Fi, you know? This is more of an expectation than it is a surprise. And yet I'm still surprised when people are like, hey, I'm watching you from, from a plane at the moment. I'm like, it is still kind of crazy because, like, I still grew up thinking that planes were like this ice. Like, if you were flying, you were unable to do anything. Well, you could do stuff on the flight, right? But, like, you were uncontactable, Like, you were... And now it's not even just being, like, you can't not just send a message. You just full on watching a freaking stream. Like, you can... Yeah, the world has become kind of wild, I guess, in that regard. Kind of wild. What a day that we live in. Marines going to stim down the right side. A couple lings. Going to run through. The Marines pick back up into the Medivacs. Just going to evacuate away. A single circling over here. Going to hit the siege tank for a little bit as well. Prefer to live in the old days and stay disconnected during flights. I always felt like there was something... Oh, those Marines are going to take a chance to run at these Hydras for a second too. Lings going to be underneath some Medivacs. Oh, Ellie's picking a great time to bomb. As gunners continue to fight, tank shooting. Marine's going to jump onto the hatchery. I'm just going to be seeing this fight continuing. Sorry guys, distracted by Ellie. This fight continuing. Banelings keep on going down. That one on the top side finally hits. Solar is going to hold on. Got a little scary for a couple of moments though, for sure. Really crazy. I was about to say, I really like also, like, I always felt like when I go on like a long flight, it was really nice to be able to be like, hey, I can't do anything on this flight. I just have to sit here and be here. And it's such a nice feeling to just be like, cool. X amount of hours of just not having to do anything. Like, this is really amazing. Like, this is not something that happens a lot. So, I was always a pretty big fan of just flying. Usually nowadays I get the internet to log onto a game or something, or it's still nice though. Still this feeling of not having to work or so. Well, just have the melee upgrade and the plus 2 carapace coming through. Hive Lings and the Hydras continue to come up as well. So bringing a bit more of this up and running just for the moment, getting that online. And seeing where else we can take things right now as you just see a few Marines unloading from these medevacs. The Lings will be taking more damage as they continue to run through. The Spore Crawler gets shot down. A couple of Queens are still going to be there. The Ling Bane still going to chase through as well. A couple of Hydras absolutely wanting to stay involved. Just continue to push that back as best as they can. Look, then coming through, Hatch in the Hive building. The Wings and the melee upgrade the carapace. So you see ByuN still trying to hold this position, and obviously with Galactic Creep spread up the ramp, he's able to get a good kind of jump on the fight. The Hydra count is good enough to fight these Marines off. There's another tank here. Solo's going to keep chasing. So he absolutely seems to have more than enough to deal with this right now. So making something of this here, making a good go of it. And there's that Lurker Den coming through. In the moments that Solo hits onto Lurkers, you imagine that this is going to start going even better for him than it has been. Three coming up. Again, that Drilling Claws coming through. We bring the rest of that into play. Let's just get a little bit more of this on track for the moment. Again, the Lingbane Hydra collecting to that upper right side. Fire Force stepping through. Going to go after a bunch of rocks over on the other side of this as well. So just going to try and get a little bit of something on that one. As, yeah, we open up some more of this map. Solo, with Lurkers out, though, is going to have a much easier time at this point. Like, he is going to start feeling a whole lot better about himself and where he sits at this point of the game. Both players still maxed out. Seeing this Bio Army continue to shove through for a little bit. Lingbane Hydra stepping away for a couple moments. Lingbane going to take a chance to dive up towards that Bio Force, stepping away and just trying to keep ourselves nice and safe and steady. Another drone going down. This base looks like it's going to fall. Solo not able to hold this position, so you're unable to overpower this position at least. Not sure how many more times he's going to be able to do that, but for now, working. We're still working on some extra Lurker upgrades. 5 Lurkers out, but definitely not any Lurkers kind of really taking a part in this fight just yet. So no success story there at the moment. Well, Bio just going to gather. The medevacs are going to be right there as well, so we still just hang about and we take a moment or two. See where we go next. No Ghost Academy or just delayed Ghosts? I believe probably no Ghost Academy. ByuN does this a lot where he plays very late into Ghosts. This is where you probably have to throw the Ghost Academy down, though. That's a lot of Lurkers, and if you're not going to keep the momentum up of kind of moving around right here, it's pretty much just Ghost time. Maybe if you can feel like you can keep maneuvering around and forcing those Lurkers to reposition, he doesn't go into them yet, which right now he is doing with this drop on the left-hand side as well. Oh my goodness, we're going to lose one full medevac. The Viper could have probably abducted a second. We're going to Parasite Bomb, good split. The Queen gets a kill. Oh god. That's becoming a bit of a disaster. 2 full medevacs go down. ByuN's replenishing that. He's got units at the front, running around, getting some creep. There's a lot of units here, so we're going to have to be very careful to not get overcommitted. As ByuN runs his way around, back around that corner. This corner definitely helps you. Chokes up that Zerg army, makes it naturally clump up, especially unable to kind of keep on wrapping around you, so that part goes well. The Lurker setting through. Well, ByuN surrounds this army, so he's going to be able to fight the Lurkers from the bottom right. A bunch of those Lurkers begin going down. So a couple of Lurkers go down already. The Hydra's still taking shots. Just going to be scanning once again. The Lurkers are going to be seen. Just going to pick through those for a moment or so. Yeah, I mean, honestly, not a bad fight at all for ByuN. He takes down a lot here. 11 drones go down in the meantime, and Solar, only a 4-base Zergy, is not actually going to have the economy to rebuild out of this again and again. ByuN got to the point of playing against these Lurkers, still didn't have Ghosts on the field, and just said, I think I can end this without the Ghost, and he might just be right. Supply lead's still there for him, and Abduct on this Liberator does not see it going down, so it will live through to tell another part of this story. And the Lurkers will unburrow and relocate themselves as well, so they're going to pull themselves around for a small moment. Bio back over to the left, the Hydra Lurker repositioning as well. We've seen the rest of this continuing through. There's a bit more damage being done. Just going to see the Hydras get underneath. Medevacs will take some damage as well. A couple of those going down. Now the rest of this Bio Army still stepping up. Just going to be getting after this as well. Hatchery going down. A bunch of these drones in some trouble. We used the Lurkers getting there, but it's just another base falling. Solar's going to start launching a counterattack. His supply is still momentarily somewhat competitive. So counterattack and maybe putting ByuN into a bad defensive position could possibly help to skew things in his favor, but I'm not going to lie, I don't really think it's going to be enough overall. Just going to see how ByuN going to get down here. The couple Lings going down. And yeah, those Hydras are going to stay busy going after the depot, getting after the Sense Tower, the wood factory. All of this being cleaned up at the moment as well. This is going to move about, and the Liberator pulls away. A couple of these Lurkers are going to stay busy, and you know, going to see ByuN just needs to get cleaned up on this army. Still working with 4 bases down the left side, has some Liberators to help solidify things, but the Lurkers are siege. I see a bunch more Lurkers coming into play as Soul just says, I'm going to try and punish what you don't have the proper answer to, which is basically the Lurkers. The Liberators can do okay, but not if they're getting abducted forward. Enough Hydras to clean those out as well. ByuN having to pull back 87 to 100 as army supply. Solar pushing through and seeing success. Like I say, it's just a massive Lurkers, and we don't have really an answer to deal with Lurkers if they're in position to aggressively take advantage of you, and that's exactly what's taking place right now. That's exactly what's going on in this moment as the Lurkers and the Hydras regather here. Libs, Marines, and Marauder continue to come up as well. Just going to keep moving this through. Those Lurkers still swinging at the barracks at the front, the orbital command. When we lift enough, we're going to retreat away. I think ByuN is going to lose this game, guys. He just can't actually kill these Lurkers. It was all well and good when he was across the map fighting and trading, but the moment he's forced Solar to be all in and just descend it, he has not had the answer necessary to actually shut this down and deal with this. GG. Solar is actually going to make it happen when it felt like ByuN was on the brink of victory. He cannot play out the closing fight. The Libs would be enough. I think the big thing with the Libs here was he just never had enough Libs, right? Like, he had a couple, but he never had enough, you know? So, every time you only have a couple, they just get caught and everything else, and yeah, it's a thing for sure. Alrighty, guys. Some more results on the bracket. Harstem 2-0 Showtime. So Harstem gets into the round of 8 to play against Percival. The winner of that will play the winner of this quarterfinal that we're watching right now. So Harstem, Percival, one of those two will play ByuN or Solar in the semis. And we'll be ready up for a game 2 in a couple of moments. Am I sitting on a secret lab? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yeah, I honestly think if you got like 4 more Libs out at any one point in time, I think it probably would have been enough. Because there wasn't that many Hydras to damage down the Liberators either, so I think he was right on the verge of probably having enough. A little bit more, we probably would have been great and fine and dandy, so... Clem, by the way, our first semifinalist today, 2-0 Shameless, will put him into a TVP semifinal against herO or MaxPax. Go, go. Alrighty. I was about to click start, but I'm not in charge, so I'm just going to sit here and wait for the game to begin. Bum, 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 bum. In the bottom side of the map, a red Terran player. This is going to be ByuN from the Shopify Rebellion. Let's see what he can bring to game 2. I really felt like he had that one for moments, and yeah, clinched it in the end. Solar did to take a 1-0 lead. Looking to give us a Zerg in the round of 4. Oh, today's WARDITV Mondays edition 78. Man, next week 79, and then we're into the freaking 80s, guys. I will never not think that that is absolutely bonkers. Like, I will just never not think that that is absolutely cray-cray, you know? I'm really still kind of a bit mesmerized by this whole the fact that we're still doing this and we're still funding it. Again, shout out to our sponsors, OSC, Loco, and Winter, helping to sponsor these WARDITV Monday Cups on a weekly basis. If you guys would like to be listed alongside that list of legends and also sponsor a WARDITV Monday Cup, reach out. We can take sponsorships. If you guys love the Mondays, yeah, reach out. It's never. It sounds crazy to say it out loud on stream, but this has net just people supporting stuff before. So yeah, if you love the Mondays, you want to make sure they keep on happening, let us know. Or just check out the Patreon, patreon.com/WARDITV. 100% of all Patreon pledges go directly into WARDITV tournament prize pools. It's also a great way to support the events and to make sure that we keep these going. And Patreon, last time I checked, is still just shy of the $2,000 a month mark, which is still obviously amazing. Especially the growth in the Patreon over the last year has been incredible. So thank you so much if you are one of the people helping us to keep on pushing that Patreon page in the right direction month after month. You are really, truly helping us to keep on running StarCraft. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. We're going to shoot a couple of drones. Going to take some damage, so a few hits here and there. 40 moment. Get that underway. 50k on YouTube this year. I freaking hope we hit 50k on YouTube this year. We'd have to start really losing all momentum on YouTube not to hit 50k. Has been the slowest approach to 50k of all time. I actually think we've been at 40k for like 4 or 5 years. So hitting 50k is going to be very exciting on YouTube. So yeah, get those likes and subs in. Get those subs in. Here's gonna shoot Hatch, taking some damage. New hits coming about just initially as we continue through. Just gonna be seeing the Reaper's actually gonna get in after a couple of drones. So ByuN looking for some damage early on. Trying to make something happen right here. Marines CV just coming about. The drones, the Queen, the Overlord coming around as well. Hatchery on the way. Everybody's gonna go nibble up toward the depot there, so we're gonna be nice and safe back at home. And that starport on the way up from ByuN with Stim already started in a 3rd CC building. Doesn't look as though the starport's gonna take to the tech lab. So yeah. Banshees? Question mark? Or are we gonna get a sneaky Raven out? We're going to start by building a Banshee at least. So 1 Banshee on the way just for now. Get that up as a starting point here. Now Reaper's going to move through as well. Just going to take a bit of a journey across for a moment or so. Get in position and continue to see what takes place over these next few moments. Thing moving about. And again, a couple of Queens and the drones. We get back to joining together for a few moments here. So we got that in position. The Banshee Marines and the Stim continue through as well. Looking good at the moment. Bunch of Marines coming by. Again, those few SCVs getting back to business as well. Again, Banshee moving about. Again, that Bane coming down, the Lara's on the way through, and a few drones, the Queen and the Carapace coming up as well. A few Zerglings will continue around, and that Banshee coming back over just for a moment. So again, a little bit of movement coming about here just for now. Get that on the way, see where things are gonna go. Banshee takes a little nibble of damage. Just gonna see the Lings, the Overlords coming about, land the Bane coming through, Reapers, Marines, Medevac coming back around. front of the third base, the Banshee going up the top. Well, first Marines onto the map to try and get something done here. So getting in position, we are going to see that hatchery is going to take some nibbles off the Banshee. We'll start by scanning up some creep tumors. The Baneling Nest has the Baneling Speed building on it, so kind of makes this a bit of a difficult defense, but ByuN is backing away right now, so he's not convinced he has enough to kind of keep going there. He does not believe in his ability to maybe get rid of the Banes in time. Or maybe also just thinks there's too many Lings and Queens that are going to put the damage out. And maybe they will just create a little bit too much of an issue long term. Banshee back onto the hatch. As you can see, a couple of Queens going over. Wardy Dad coming in with the 108-month resub on the Prime. 9 years, guys. 9 years of Twitch Prime. Isn't that crazy? If my dad can hit the button for 9 years straight, you guys can hit the button this month. It's as simple as that. Sub up today. Support WARDITV. I appreciate you. Marines and Reapers gonna come in, just gonna get the Queen, the Lings and the Banes looking to get a catch on this as well. ByuN can lift and get out, thanks to the medevac, so just gets a bunch of fairly free damage, then escaping away, and Solar having to deal with this so far, trying to get up to this fourth base. Gonna be half HP, could be a good target for ByuN later on, if he wants to drop in that direction while continuing to maybe push up the left side with other units. That said, it's gonna be a bit more difficult for him to get map control from here on out, because mutas are gonna be taken to the stage. So as mutas coming up and online, just going to be seeing the +1 fire attack and the melee upgrade continuing through. A couple of Reapers and the Marines jumping about, and we'll see a bunch of barracks coming in along this bottom side of the map as well. So just getting that all up and running. Good to see the mutas. Kills one. Big kill two. Doesn't quite get to in the end. The other one just about getting away. The muta's now into the back of this third base. In we go for some SCVs. And I mean, I like the position from ByuN. Let's see what he does. I think maybe a bit of a lift might go down into that natural, but let's see. 2 tanks. There's actually not that many Marines here. We'll have to have some units back at home, of course, from ByuN defending over there. Just going to let the tanks do what they can, pulling back a little, and generally probably just going to lift up the majority of this. We will drop into the natural and force the units to come back around the corner. Edge has a drop over here as well. That fourth base, we mentioned it before, is low. It's a pretty major pickoff for ByuN, because it just means that it's something where Solar is not going to be feeling good about this, right? Because now you lose the fourth base, and without that fourth hatchery, staying in this game long term is going to be much, much more difficult. The next few moments especially is going to be extremely expensive for you as Solar, and very difficult to replenish a lot of what's being lost. The Marines into the main. I mean, it's funny that ByuN has seen so much success dropping while we're playing against the freaking Mutalisks. They're meant to be some of the best drop defense in the game, and they are going to be drop defense in the end. It's just trying to catch up from the momentum and the position that ByuN already had. So those mutas fly straight in, a couple of Marines going down, the medevacs start getting picked up. These other medevacs and Marines joining back up over the left side. Those mutas are really trying to chase the medevac, and they will get there. The medevac will indeed fall. 2-2 upgrades coming about as well. And the muta's back down to the bottom side of the map for the moment. Well, extra Marines pop out. Army going over to the left. We're just going to see the mutas make their way across. The Marines are going to try and get underneath the mutas again. Not quite going to be able to get there. Not going to be able to do well enough just yet. The rest of the Ling Bane gathering. The mutas to the right side. Marines and medevacs going to set back up also. There's a chunk of Marine tank and medevac all on the way by there as well. So just going to bring that up and running as we speak. And yeah, some mutas and some Banes coming through as well. So we bring some extra bits and pieces up and online. We'll start taking this fight. The Ling Bane crashing through. The muta's there to play chasins onto the medevacs as well, trying to hunt them down. The rest of the Marines stepping up through the top. ByuN once again attacking in multiple locations. He needs to get rid of these Banes / do something here. Mutants get rid of 1 full medevac. They get rid of 2. ByuN overcommitting to this position. Solar is going to swing in for mega damage. Now, we're going to lose a bunch of drones over here, and this hatchery will go down. But now Solar has the forward base, and with so much loss from ByuN, hard to say that the base count is an issue in itself for Solar, especially when ByuN is not exactly on a 4-base setup of his own. So actually, it looks as though Solar is probably going to be taking a serious lead in this game. I really feel like ByuN has played 2 games where he's played very solid, got himself into great positions, and both times he has just absolutely failed to capitalize and to close the game out from that solid position which he's had. And you know, both of them have been different enough. They've not exactly been exactly the same, but yeah. Well, this is going to be having the Ling Bane continuing through, the rest of the Ling Bane coming about as well. As well come through, the rest of the Ling Bane coming over. Just going to see the mutas coming back over. He lifts off, going to go on a journey. The Ling Bane going to come through here, just going to go after those Marines, the Banes. Trying to roll after the medevac as well. Ling Bane Muta. Continue to come by, just going to be seeing those that medevac of Marines coming back through once again. Mutalisks going to make their way over. A couple of those Marines get jumped on. So they'll continue to play the defense as ByuN continues to find more. The problem is there's a very fine line in there's a very fine line in TVZ of dropping too much and dropping the perfect amount, you know? It's one of those things where it's like, before, the continued pressure from ByuN was actually kind of nice, but now you're trying to drop a bit more out of desperation. I think it's kind of visible that that's kind of becoming a problem, that it's not really going well enough for you, basically. So yeah, a little bit problematic here. That's going to be having the Ling Bane going to go down that right-hand side. The +3 attack upgrade building up from ByuN. 9 Marines, a couple of medevacs, those SCVs. All of those on the way into play at the moment. Ling Bane Muta continue to bounce. Just going to see that Ling Bane still gathers through. Just going to see the concussive shells coming over for the moment. Alright, we're gonna sit tight for a few moments, guys. 3-3 upgrades, concussive shells all building through on the side of ByuN. We are gonna see the Mutalisks gonna dive in. Missile turret tries to be repaired. He just backed away from it. He didn't think he would keep it alive, so tried to pull the SCVs away from the splash damage instead. Maybe not a bad choice, to be honest. Mutalisks gonna get themselves a couple of these siege tanks. The Marines still chasing. And a bunch of those mutas taking some pretty hefty damage. So a bunch of mutas taking damage, being chased out of here. Again, the 3-3 still continuing up. Marine Marauder, Widow Mine on the way through. +2 flyer attack. Power upgrade coming by. The Hive and the Lings all building. The Overseer will finish very shortly. A little bit of bio just going to stem over to the left. I'm just going to get that. Ling gets picked off. Again, +2 flyer attack. As you can see, it's being brought into play just there for a second. So, take a moment. We are going to step through. Here, these Marines going to be there to chase the Ling Bane around as well. Bane's going to crash. ByuN's up the ramp at least. The Ultras are going to be an issue because he's not really set to kind of play against kind of later game units. The Mass Marine is fine against the Ling Bane aspect of this, but the Ultras are going to be a problem. And like I say, we're kind of counting down to those Ultras being available and upgraded, so time is ticking for ByuN. I mean, arguably, he has time to potentially kind of set up some extra stuff against the Ultras too, if he wants to. We'll see if he does. These Marines going to see the mutas, but the mutas turn back around. Maybe the Marines can cancel the hatch on the left side of the map. Might be their main target for the moment, to be honest. Marauder and the Marines get to work, and the hatchery taking a little bit of a beating initially. The other Marines coming back around. This hatchery over here goes down. The Bane's still looking to kind of crash through. Looking for a little extra right now. And we are going to see that Ling Bane still coming across. A couple of Overseers in the sky. And Chitin is playing 3-3 melee upgrades. Adrenal Glands and the Ultras all building by. Those Marines pulling out of there and trying to reset and reset for a second. Hand of mine goes down, doesn't do too much. Just going to see the rest of these Banes coming over as well. Again, Ling Bane taking some damage. We're going to blow up a couple of those Banelings already, so not bad in that regard. And his Ultra's still coming by, the +3 melee, the Kindness, and the +3 Carapace as well. Just do not see what ByuN does when Ultras get to the map here. Like, it just really feels like Ultras are going to be a get out of this game kind of move from Solar. There's the first one. It's already looking freaking terrifying. Doesn't even have 3-3 and Kindness yet. ByuN's been stemming up a storm with these Marines as well, so they're all low HP. Solar is looking as though he might give us some Zerg representation in the semi-finals today. As ByuN pulls back, steps away for the moment. Again, the extra Ling Bane meter continues to come on by. +3 melee upgrade, building on the Evo Chamber. Again, some extra bits and pieces still coming through. We have ourselves everything else still very much so setting up right now as ByuN holds back. Supply definitely hurting for him. Solar in probably the most comfortable position he's been in this game at this point. Base count is absolutely just growing. The group spread is good enough in front of the majority of his bases. And he's got ByuN. Okay, ByuN's becoming a 5-base Terran. Sure. You still have some units to harass with, and your army comp more than anything else is absolutely stellar compared to what it has been previously as well. So I think those moments especially really do kind of steal the deal a little bit on this one as the Ling Ultra makes a bit of a dive through, looking to get in there. Going to see a couple of shots coming by, and we are going to be seeing those Ultras with Chomp. ByuN supply will get chomped upon. And ByuN is just going one direction, guys, and unfortunately that direction is down and out. Down and out, and not really much else to say about it here. I think we're getting closed out right here. So just going to be seeing the meter Ultra continue to come by, continue to run in, and that is going to do it. GG's. Solar 2, ByuN 0. As it is semi-final time. And it is going to be Clem MaxPax for our first semi-final. MaxPax 2-1 over herO. So yeah, we'll hop over to Europe and we'll go Clem versus MaxPax, and then Solar will play the winner of Harstem and Percival and get this ready to go. Alrighty. So yeah, we'll get Clem and MaxPax ready to go here, guys. Give me just a second to get that sorted, and we'll kick this off. Thanks for joining us. WARDITV Mondays are looking good as we hop onto Europe for, like I say, Clem MaxPax. Yes, yes, yes. Seeming wonderful. Perfect. All right, let's get ready to do it. Nice, nice, nice. Now, ByuN really did play 2 great early games and just, like I say, was not really able to kind of see through to the end either of them, unfortunately. Sad as a ByuN fan, but great for a Solar and a Zerg fan. It's actually really nice to see that Zerg will be represented in the top 4 today. And like I say, Solar has a good chance to make it all the way. He will play Percival in the second semi-final, so Percival 2-0 Harstem. Alright, so it's going to be TVP and TVZ for our semis. What a day, guys. We can't have a PV... Are we going to have a whole Monday Cup where we don't cast a single PvP? Wow. That probably has happened before, but it feels like it hasn't. It feels like it hasn't. That's crazy. I just telling Solar and Percival they do have to wait. Percival looking good lately. Yeah. Percival has been looking pretty good lately. He's been looking solid. Round of 4 for him today. Cool little run. So yeah, round of 4 for Percival. Prize money guaranteed. Solar? Tough cookie to crack, but I think he might give him a bit of a run for it. I presume Clem and MaxPax are in the process of vetoing, guys. They're just doing so slowly. Bum 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 bada bum bada bum bada bum bum. How's everyone doing? Got dry mouth. MaxPax just asked, can we go? I'm like, yep, that's what hi go go usually means. Tourmaline, gonna be our opening map. Yo, what's up, D-Rain ST2? Thank you for the prime. Saying wardy time. I like it. That's a new one. Use your prime if it's wardy time. Alrighty, we are just going to take a second here, guys. Kick this off. We are just missing Clem from the lobby. How's Clem being able to sort out his TVP a little bit? It's been a rough couple weeks for Clem. Results-wise, he's definitely not been quite the Clem of expectation a lot of the time. Let's have a little peek at Clem's match history here. Just wait for Legulac to load, guys. Clem just needs a minute anyway, so we can definitely wait for Legulac to load. Clem match history 0-2 MaxPax. Beat Showtime last week, of course, in the finals, so looked a little bit better there last week, obviously getting a win again. But then you look at like 0-2, 1-2 herO, 2-1 herO as well, though. 1-3 against MaxPax in the Winter Championship main event. It's not bad when you look at Clem's results. It's just some of the top guys have definitely been maybe a bit more on the winning side against Clem lately than what they were before. But I mean, you can't really fault Clem for that, because these guys are freaking good too. I guess we're just so used to, especially in the Monday Cups, kind of seeing Clem dominate, that it does come out as like it stands out, but it probably really shouldn't. It stands out for like the wrong reasons, you know. So, all right, we're going to Tourmaline. Stretch it out. Get ready to cast some StarCrafties. What race would it favor having no map bans? Maybe like Terran is the most adaptable. But Terran usually relies on good maps and positioning to Terran usually relies on good maps and positioning a lot of the time as well. So I don't know. I just think like as Terran you can be maybe more adaptable, right? So like you see you rely on that, like Zerg also rely on like bigger maps a lot of the time for better success. Protoss absolutely are a lot more map dependent. Probably Terran if I had to guess at one. Because I think Terrans can do okay on bigger maps and smaller maps, and also you got to think about the different races and matchups. I think overall Terran maybe adapts better to not have any map bans. Look at Clem go. Cheeky little barracks number 2 goes down across the map, so he's going to go and put some damage out right from the very get-go here. So that's going to be a starting point for us right now. Get that underway. Get that started off. And see how things are going to go. We're actually the SCV coming through. Probe going to nibble at the SCVs a little bit as well. And two SCVs actually at the front here, going to try and keep defending this probe. He really doesn't want this probe to get in to get too much of a read of what's going on, it feels like. So, trying to stop this from getting as much info as possible. Obviously, okay, I guess one of them also wants to build a CC, so it's not just about really stopping it getting in, it's also about getting a command center down. And denying that from being denied forever, right? Is it best of one? Yeah, we'd make the semifinals best of one this week because I'm sick of watching best of threes. Really thought it'd be fun to make it best of one in the semis, just for the crack. Oh, that's best of three. I just hadn't pressed the button. Sorry, guys. Sorry to break your hearts. It is BO3. And then after this, BO3 solo versus Percival, and then finals best of 5 to follow. Concussive shells from that Tech Labs barracks, so does MaxPax recognize that something is a little bit up and off? We're not making moves yet. I mean, I don't imagine Clem's going to make a move until Concussive Shells is done. They'll also give him some time to get his units from across the map back home, so kind of watching for that in these next few moments to just see the command center going to settle in and everything else settling down as well. Dead comes through, SCV gets picked up, and yeah, the Twilight Council about to be done as well. We're in the Marauder, just going to build by for a second. And our other team Marauders starting to shoot, a few Marines coming over as well. You can see that Pylon taking some more damage, you see a few probes going down, some 4 workers killed. Pylon still taking some shots, it's going to go down now, the Adept going to get jumped on. Couple of probes still getting pulled through onto this as well. The Adept is going to go down. We turn around for the other Adept. 4 probes falling, 5 probes falling. Stalker just going to try and shoot. The Marauders still taking a few more shots. Marines and Marauders coming back, just hitting the Stalkers a couple more times. 8, 9 probes. This is disastrous for MaxPax. This has been so freaking expensive, and we're not even done yet. Like, these Marauders are still here. We might not get a bunker up, but it's going to take you a while to get rid of the Marauders, and you don't have anything to necessarily protect this either right now, so it is looking, like I say, disastrous truly at this point, as it feels as though we have got ourselves an opening game for Clem that's looking fantastic. Obviously his expansion comes up later, but still behind this. Try to get another SCV here. We might not get the bunker up, but we're going to kill 2 more Stalkers, and now more probes are going to start falling as we have to pull into the Marine Marauder again. 4 more probes, 5 more probes. Are we just going to turn onto a Stalker so we can guarantee 1 more kill out of those? At this point, I think we probably just turn onto the probes again for 1 or 2 more kills, but damn. This is just absolutely brutal from Clem as a new Marauder shows up, and actually that Stalker's going to struggle to get away. Can it get back to the battery? Yeah, no! Oh my goodness, the SCV block was so clutch for a second there. Not quite enough in the end, but we do get the bunker finished, and now with the bunker done, I mean, these units just sit here. One of these gates obviously on the low ground in a ton of trouble, and Clem just getting a little bit cheeky to steal this game 1 away from MaxPax. And back at home, and start producing his SCVs. Like I said, it's going to take a while to clean up this position. These Marauders are still going to be here. Battery will go down. I don't think the Nexus dies, but I mean, you probably still lose another Stalker or 2 in the process of clearing this out. Yeah, what a great cheeky little game that we just got to witness over the course of this one. As you do have the Stalkers going through, there's going to be an SCV going down, so the bunker will take 4 more damage. The battery. The fresh battery here has energy, so we'll try and use itself for good for the next couple moments as well. I'm just going to see the Marauders trying to bounce back and do what they can. Another battery going to go down. Like I say, the bunker will not last forever, but well, maybe it will if we drop the mule on it. So the mule to repair the bunker, so it's still not going to drop. Okay. Sometimes as a Protoss guy, it's just okay to admit defeat. You don't have to put yourself through the suffering like MaxPax is doing right now. He really is putting himself through some suffering, that is for sure. Jesus. Finally taps out of here. Clem with the 1-0 lead from Tourmaline, able to get that going. That second barracks, something MaxPax just never really truly cottoned onto there, it felt like. That is going to be GG. You love mule repairs? Yeah. It's funny because it's surprisingly good, but it's very rare there's a good time to actually drop a mule down to repair something, and that is actually one of the times. It's a very legitimate play. So lovely. All right, guys, we are just waiting for Clem and to go into a game 2. MaxPax hosting this up for us. Get this ready to start as a spot in the finals of the WARDITV Mondays on the line. Clem looking to maybe go back-to-back. Again, he finally won one last week after something close to a 6-month hiatus. And then, yeah, kind of put himself one more Monday Cup win ahead of MaxPax. Again, current Monday Cup championships. Clem 22, MaxPax 20, and herO 19. So they were 21, 20, and 19 last week. Then Clem makes it 22 this week and is looking to extend that lead again and give him a little bit more safety in these Mondays. Sola still in it today, has 3 wins and 2 losses in the finals. Could be his 6th final appearance today as well. If he can take down Percival, which, like I say, I would kind of favor him too. We'll see if that's actually going to happen. It's already up as gold, and we get ready to send it to this next game. Winter Madness for Game 2, and in the lead of the series will be our blue Terran. In the top left corner of the map from Team Liquid, we have got Clem, who takes the 1-0 lead in this BO3. Up against MaxPax, the red Protoss player in the bottom right-hand side here on Winter Madness. Is believing in Harstem. Yeah, I had a fun conversation with Harstem. He said, wow, 2-0 versus Showtime. I smell a top 4 coming. And I said, don't die a Terran. And he said, don't worry. I have a plan. I will build 2 forges on 1 gate and kill him with insane upgrades. I figured if I play like how I make my YouTube titles, it will go better. Upon seeing Harstem losing 2-0, I said, that's so weird, because I haven't seen the he 2-0'd me in 20 minutes YouTube title yet. So maybe that's a new series coming out from Harstem soon. This guy 2-0'd me in 20 minutes. Is it OP or too high stock? Might be a YouTube title come to you guys soon based on his comments today. So just think, if you're a Harstem fan, consider this a little teaser of upcoming Harstem YouTube videos. As our probe comes across the map, scouting from MaxPax to begin with. Get this started and get that underway. You see a Depot coming down, the Orbital and the Reaper coming up for a moment as well, bringing that all through for a couple of seconds here. We get this going, we get this started out and see where things will go for the next few moments. Alright, so just gonna see a couple probes coming about. Reaper Hellion coming through, the command center coming up, Warp Gate coming by as well as the Reaper hops into the main base. And just gonna be seeing the probe taking a bit of damage. So a couple of probes taking some shots, grenade going down. Probe's gonna get jumped on. We're not gonna see the Adept there helping to push the Reaper away. Another Adept across the map to try and see what else is going on. So I get settled here for a moment or so. Gonna see that Adept chasing the Reaper down, trying to get involved, trying to get up and into position there to make something happen. As, yeah, the Adept is gonna come through, grab the Reaper, and then shade its way back down the bottom right. Let's see if we can get away with this over the next couple of moments or not. Is gonna be our new question. So we kill 2 Reapers, no Adept goes down. Obviously Clem's early game kind of not exactly ideal in that scenario then, but see how he tries to recover from here. Medevac, the Widow Mines, the Marines will continue to make their way up for the moment. Again, that blink coming through, robotics facility being added on as well. So we get that into place, and yeah, like I say, for the moment at least, away we go to see where we're heading up. Rubber facility building, Blink on the way through. Just gonna have ourselves the probes and the gates continue to build up as well. Yeah, and Blink, a couple of gates, couple of probes coming through. Nice little bit of mine play. We're gonna save that mine and put it into the medevac so it can come back again later, which is almost always a good thing. We've seen a few extra Marines coming about. Just going to see the couple of Depths taking damage again. Blink, the Gates, the Prism all coming through. We got the Siege Tank, the Marines, and the Raven coming about also. A couple of Depths will make that play. Just going to go for a little bit of a shade right now and step across the map. Tank, Marines, and Raven still continue to come by for the moment to get that all in the way. Prism just going to be setting up. We move around a little bit. I see what's going on. And a few of these units gather up. Adepts and the Stalker coming around just for the moment. Well, Marines are going to be there. Prism getting chased out. Just going to keep that over to the side for a second as CVs are pulled in and ready to try and play some defense here. Medevac trying to come back through for the mines. Going to take a few more shots. We'll live for a few more moments. At least it's still a distraction. As Clem hanging on in here early against some of this Protoss pressure. And units lost is a lot of terror in comparison to the Protoss, but nothing I'd say that's so substantial that we're kind of worried that this game is starting to turn heavily away from Clem or anything along those lines at the moment. The Raven come back over and get set up again. Still got charge in the Temple Archives. The gates coming through. A lot of that continuing into place for now. Prism coming back in, gets a drop, loads up pretty quickly, just going to back away from there, not going to commit to anything. And again, Clem's defense pretty solid in the grand scheme of things right now. Storm will begin to chrono boost on the Temple Archive, so that's going to be our direction for these next few moments. So get Storm up, MaxPax gets into some tech. See how well that's going to go. Guys, going to be seeing the Storm, the +1 again, those coming through for a couple of moments. The Nexus is coming down again, Storm coming up, +1 attack coming through, the couple of Zealots coming by. Fire will take a little chance to stim over at the Observer. The Observer now going down. The Raven obviously there to provide the vision. It actually did go down, so a couple of units from the main base came over and cleaned it out. Nice that you didn't have to use the scan. That obviously would have been a disaster to use the scan, and the Observer gets away. Wouldn't have been great, but just the Raven's already there. Hey, what's up, Papias? Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Cheering on Clem on the sub. Thank you so much for the 2 months. As you see, Stalker's just getting blasted. I don't feel great for MaxPax right now, but I do like the fact that he's obviously getting Storm. Robe on the ways to even looking at a tech switch into other kind of units soon as well. I'm just going to see the Liberator and the Raven coming about. The Prism steps across. Going to be moving away from there for a second or so right now. Just going to see the Liberator getting a few more shots off. Storm still coming down. And a few more of these bio units already. And a couple of Storms here successful to kind of soften Clem up. But doesn't kill too much, which is going to be an issue, of course. Clem's still looking fairly healthy in the grand scheme of things. Is absolutely a bit of a problem. As the bio tank gathers together, the couple of Widow Mines are going to unburrow. Just going to see the High Templars and the Stalkers continue to come through for the moment. Colossus on the way by. Again, just going to be seeing the extra Zealots coming about. The Colossus and the High Templar coming up. And attack upgrade coming through with all that as well. That's where things go for now. And let's just see, yeah, Medevac Marauder still coming through. The armor upgrade coming about. The few probes are going to transfer from the main down to the low ground instead, so going to switch that up for a little bit. Stalker High Templar going to come running through here. Going to start jumping towards that bunker. Storm's coming down. ByuN taking some pretty heavy hits. A couple more Storms coming back into place. A couple of Wooden Mines go down. MaxPax kind of keeping Clem back. Tell you what, Clem's Medevacs are very low energy. He's getting some Ghosts up now, which will be very helpful too, of course, long term. But yeah, just kind of need some more energy on these Medevacs to get the healing back on track more than anything else at this point, I feel like. Just see the Gorillaz Force coming up again. Another nice Storm. Going straight through here. Yeah, a couple more medevacs I wouldn't mind seeing as we take a couple of seconds. The Colossus going to start joining as well, so we have to get Clem up into the kind of the air army as well, get those Vikings working too. That's the problem. Maybe we need some more medevacs, but we also need to make sure we're keeping up in terms of the Viking count and the Liberators that we're potentially heading into eventually as well. And 2 more Colossus building, plus 2 attack, plus 1 armor, the extended thermal lance, all coming out right now. A lot of that being brought straight in as MaxPax continues ahead into the middle. And it's going to end up sitting tight and not moving through at the moment. Tanks on siege, going to relocate. ByuN coming back over just for a moment or so. Knight Templar looking to get through, just going to try and again, find a couple of these storms while trying to keep ourselves safe from the siege tanks, trying not to let too much happen here just initially. So if the Archons, the Colossus continue to come through as well. Going to jump onto that bunker. The Liberator here going down also. ByuN still coming across, and the EMP or 2 coming down. A few more EMPs coming into place. It's going to be seeing the EMPs good, and Clem definitely holding MaxPax off for the moment. First couple of moments here, pretty decent to start things out. And Marauder Viking is continuing into place. We're having the SCVs going down, the Nexus still coming in through. Again, the Colossus and everything else coming about as well. Observer also coming by. Just seeing our 2-2 upgrades, the ship weapons continuing by as well for the moment. We're going to split, we're going to fight. Little EMP comes down, a couple of these Archons already getting struck. Archons are just melting, they're not really able to get close enough without taking too much damage. Some good Storms at least. The Storms definitely helping MaxPax back onto the right track. It's going to try and split again. Tell you what, Clem's army is maybe still alive, but it is low HP. And like I say, the medevacs are out of energy. So I'm a little scared because right now every Storm could be an absolute killer of a Storm. And that's why Clem is kind of having to back off here, not being able to commit through. Extra High Templar showing up. And Clem, he just can't afford to walk into Storms right now. Like I say, the medevacs are an issue. He's building 4 new ones. But we sort of said that the medevac count was an issue for a while, or the medevac energy was an issue for a while. Just he hasn't been able to really fix it. And now MaxPax overtaking the natural. And this was a game where MaxPax just kept attacking, and eventually Clem genuinely just died off of chip damage, really. Which is kind of crazy. One more Storm, Clem's units will disappear. I actually felt Clem played a lot of very decent defense here, just not good enough in the end, and that is going to get it done as that orbital command is going to end up burning down. Just going to get cleaned up, and yeah, I actually felt Clem played some decent defense. Like I said, he needed to keep his units healthier, and in the end, MaxPax just did too much, chipping through that again and again and again and again. It adds up and ends up being GG, which means we get a game 3 of this Clem MaxPax semi-final. MaxPax and Clem vying for another WARDITV Monday final for themselves. It will come down to a game 3 to determine this series. 10,000 feet going to be our map. Did think Stimpack did more damage than the Storms did? I think MaxPax just constantly forcing fights in general. Storm, Stim, it all adds up, right? You know, every little bit is something kind of gets added onto there, so yeah. Alrighty, guys, we'll take a moment to get ready to go. What's up, Soulman? Thank you so much for the 16-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you as well. Countdown into game 3. 10,000 feet. to determine this series. Who will play in the finals today? Will it be MaxPax? Will it be Clem? Against either Percival or Solar. That's our second semi-final coming up after this one. Top left at Red Protoss MaxPax. Bottom right at Blue Terran Clem. And Game 3 is upon us. Back's coming down. Just going to see the gateway. Can you come up for a couple of moments so we bring that into place? Right here, just going to be seeing the gate and the assimilator coming through. So we take a couple moments, get that on the way. And probe will just transfer around, so we relocate for a few moments here. Rack skate coming up. No proxies, though, is maybe the most notable thing after that game 1 from Clem. Was proxy focused. We're not going to go back to it for game 3 right now. Probe comes over. SCV will chase that probe. The orbital and marine building up. Nexus and the cyber core coming up as well. So, again, a few bits and pieces coming through already. Getting that underway. Cyber core and Nexus continue to come by. You can see the gateway coming through. Just going to see that depth corner boosting warp gate coming up for a couple moments. That was a Mad Alien. Thank you so much for the 72-month resub. 6 years. Amazing. Thank you so much. 6 years of StarCraft 2 with us. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, just gonna see the Adept is gonna go on a wander for a few moments. Just gonna come across for a little bit. Try to see what's going on. Adept's gonna shoot. Orbital command will take some damage. Just taking a few shots right here. Starboard coming about. And the GC, the warp gate, and the blink continue to come by. Again, Medivacs and Marines coming across as well. So we get settled in there. And we're going to drop down to place as well. I love Darth Laser. Thank you so much also for the Prime sub. So many Primes today, guys. Everyone's got Primes thrown around here, there, and everywhere. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the channel. And the StarCraft 2s. I appreciate it. The Monday Cups would not be the same without your support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's a Adept going to come moving through. A few Marines moving about. Adept's going to go shading again. Blink coming up, being about halfway done. We've got probes and stalkers. The gateway will continue to come by also just for the moment to get that online. Andy with the 500 bits as well. Just got a cheeky little hype train on the verge of happening. Oh, yeah, one of those days, huh? People feeling the love. Thanks so much for the 500 bits, Andy. Appreciate you as well, as always. Thank you so much. And yeah, thanks for the love. Appreciate you. Raven's going to get after the Adepts for a couple seconds. So we're going to play a bit of a chasing game. Raven coming up. You can see the Widow Mines get burrowed here. MaxPax does get the split off. 4 probes or 3 mines is not the best case scenario, but it's far from being the worst case scenario as well. So I think we'll just take that one and take it for what it is. As the rest of the Marines still gathering up. The Stalkers and the Prism joining up. Blink, Obs, and the couple probies on the way out. Raven, Tank, and Marines coming through as well. Raven coming over, just going to see the couple of Adepts. Looking to get involved right now as well. Actually, get into the main. They want to commit, they can do, and they decide, yep, we do want to commit. Now some Stalkers going to poke at the front at the same time. You know, these adepts pretty well, but a few SCVs going down, so Clem ends up taking some damage. The Widow Mines actually connect, I believe, on 2 separate Stalkers, so 2 Stalkers go down, and that is going to be 2 more Stalkers warping in to allow the Prism to keep on harassing. Tank is here, and that should push this back, but 7 SCVs fell. MaxPax able to get good damage done at the end of the day. Like I say, it adds up nicely kind of over time when you see that damage kind of just chipping along little by little. Definitely adds up a few workers here and there. Can be quite substantial at the end of it all. Again, still got the Temple Archives coming up and about. A couple of probes coming through that charge, and the Stalkers on the way over as well. Stalker moving about, just going to have the, again, Marine Marauder tank continuing up for a little bit, so we continue through with this for a few moments. And again, the Storm and the Charge continue to build. Raven, Marines coming back around the other side. We do have the Sim Combat Shield all coming up then. Bio Army looking to push forward out the front. We do see the Stalkers stepping away for a second. Marauder taking some shots, tank taking a couple hits. Prism flies back into this main base, and we do see a couple of Zealots unloading. The Marauders able to get after those. Both those Zealots getting cleaned up pretty quickly. Just getting that taken out and dealt with for now. Storm on the way, Zealots on the way. Against Impact Combat Shield and +1 coming up. A couple of Auto Turrets going down. The Stalkers take a few shots of damage. See the tanks shooting, and a couple of units getting turned around. The Zealots getting shot at as well. There's a few more Zealots just warping straight in here, and I see Clem. I actually think he's got enough to hold on in this position, though. Not sure what MaxPax saw in that fight. He gets rid of a tank, sure, but loses a decent amount of units otherwise. The Medivacs there might have just glimpsed a few units looking to counterattack. They're a little bit back at home for Clem. There's a bunker as well. I think that should be fine for Clem back on the natural. Doesn't seem like a problem. A few SCVs are going to pull forward. Is that because he's needed them to defend, or does he want to send them across the map? Sieging again right now. Storm's available, so you got to be super careful with your approach here. Might even be kind of the point in time where Clem just kind of turns it back around. I know that feels a bit disappointing at times, but sometimes you got to cut your losses while you still have losses to be cut. Or while you still have the chance just in general. Yeah, Mentos, thank you. 50-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you too. Thank you for still priming. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. As we are going to see this fight, so the Zealots end up coming back from the other side. We're going to storm on the tanks. That will get rid of them over time. And pretty reasonable pushback. Clem does get a bit of value out of this. He does manage to trade for a little while. His reinforcements need to be careful because they're kind of on their own. Widow Mines, well, one of them is going to go off and actually just splash onto a chunk of the Zealots. So that part very successful as well. Still being chased by the rest of this army. Clem coming in from the other side. Eats a storm on those units. Keeps running. And those Marines really showed up and then just had to run through because of the storms. Couldn't really do anything else. MaxPax clearing up right now. Clem, and he just was a scrambling position because he was already pushed back. And then he was trying to make it work with his reinforcements showing up. It's just not going to be good enough. MaxPax will bet at Clem in today's best of 3 semis. MaxPax will be in the finals for another chance to keep chasing Clem down when it comes to the amount of Monday Cups won between the two of them. They are the top 2 in that fact. And MaxPax defeated herO today to kind of keep him off the chase of him. Again, this little Monday Cup chase down stat is something we have a good time following. All right, MaxPax goes and takes the 2-1, and it will be in the next game coming up, Solar versus Percival, that we're going to head into in a couple of moments. So we'll hop on over to Korea, and Solar Percival TVZ will be next on the list of what's coming up. So we get that started here in just a second. All right, TVZ coming about. Get this going momentarily here. Let's get everyone into this lobby and we'll be off and away. check if anyone else needs to be here, but I think we're good. Go-Go's called. And we count down into Percival versus Solar TVZ. BO3 here in the semifinals. Yeah, I kind of agree with the sentiment in chat of like, I think Clem just should have pulled back. Like, if you're not going to keep pushing, just unsiege and pull away. Because you know MaxPax has warping potential on the other side, otherwise how are those reinforcements getting there? So you're just asking to get surrounded. And by the time you pulled back, it was a little late, and then you take a little bit too much damage, and it just kind of becomes a whole thing, right? Bottom right side, Percival will be our blue Terran player. Taking on Solar in the semi-finals here today. Percival making it to the top 4 once again. He has been in the top 4 a couple of times. He actually made the finals a few weeks back in edition number 60. A few weeks back in November, he made the finals in edition 60 in his only finals appearance ever. I do think he's been around 4 a couple of times on top of that. So yeah, kind of fun to see him here today. Let's see what he does. Get him into the game against Solar, who is an absolute beast in this matchup. So I do think this is going to be a battle uphill for Percival, but we do know Percival's been playing really well lately. I don't put it out of the realm of possibility for Percival to win this best of 3. And don't put it out of the realm of possibility, I think is a good way to phrase it as we set up here and get ready to go. I was gonna see that drone coming about, a couple queens and the lings coming over. Yeah, constant coming through. I'm just gonna be seeing the couple queens, the lings, the drone coming about, factory on the way, CC coming up. Let's get this started. Is it me lagging on the stream? I don't see anything on my end. And no one else said anything, so it might be you. There's the Reaper. We'll take a few shots at a couple of lings. Got up for some damage just initially right now. Get that underway. Get this started initially. Things be coming up. That queen coming through. We can get that on the way just for a couple of moments. So bring that by. Yeah, thanks be the drones coming by for a couple seconds, so yeah, just gonna have the Reaper holding tight. I can see how Percival plays this. He is not afraid of playing the he's not afraid of playing the more kind of lethargic kind of TVZ where you kind of sit back a bunch and let things just develop and the game pan out a little bit. Speed still building through. That Liberator coming about. Just for a couple of moments. Yeah, you're gonna see a little grenade. The Queen gonna get chased back for a couple of moments as well. Two Hellions plus the Reaper gonna get back to the center. We do have the Queens and lings and the drone will continue to produce through. Just gonna see a little bit of lag on the stream.
Game paused.
A double pause. My ping is fine. Solar's just gonna keep spamming lag to try and figure out what's going on. As it looks as though we will be able to get back to this. Poor Pommy. He's out. He's out of here. Eliminated. I mean, it happens though. Can't go sitting around like in the game forever, right? As yeah, that's good enough for a moment or two. I'm gonna get back to it, and I do see Marine's able to get in after an Overlord, just for a second there. Hellions and the Reaper gonna get around to that left-hand side, trying to see where they can get to. Couple of queens in position initially, not gonna do too much at first. The Hellions and the Reaper continue back around. A couple of queens are gonna be there, keeping the Hellions back. A few Zerglings running by are not gonna be able to do too much either. Gonna try and fight for a little extra. We just have ourselves the Stimpack, Marine, the Engineering Bays, and the Barracks, all of that coming through. This Queen going to get in after the Liberator. Lib going to actually take a lot of shots, so Percival not quite finding the success there, which he was probably hoping for. It's going to be a pretty substantial turnaround and shutdown. This Liberator now goes down, just sieged up in the corner. It's not enough dead airspace there to truly get you out of trouble there, so it's going to be a pretty easy shutdown and closeout for a moment. See that hatchery still coming up, so just bring that straight through again. Hydra Den, and then +1 missile upgrade building. The 1/1 upgrades and Stimpack will continue to come by also. So bring a few bits and pieces through. These Hellions going to take the chance to get in after the hatchery, so hatchery will take some damage as well for a few moments here. Still got the 1/1 upgrade, still got the Stimpack building through. And Percival will take the chance to start stepping onto the map a little bit as Solar again going to focus a lot on the Hydras with the upgrades and everything else. Bane Nest behind it all will be interesting to see kind of develop. As, I think the most interesting thing is kind of as the Terran gets to a group of units here, can we overwhelm the Hydra count? And oftentimes the answer to this is just going to be no, otherwise the Zergs would not play like this. I do think this is going to be an interesting little starting point as the Hydras and the Bane Nest continue to come up. The Marines get underneath, a couple of Overlords going down. The Marines is going to stem forward, so again, a little extra being done just for a second. Just going to see the 1/1 upgrade still coming about for now. Percival is not able to break through here with this dropship, so the defense from Solo good, and his upgrades get to continue rolling. His position gets to continue improving. And this game in general just, again, will develop for a little longer at this current point in time. A few Marines coming over, the mines are going to be right there. A bit of movement to see what things are going to, as we just have Hydra stepping over, the Lings are going to come about. Moments as well here. Again, the Hydras and the Lings gathering. The Hellbat's going to get busy. They're going to get cleaned up as well. Again, Hydras are just very powerful when they're in good enough numbers, and right now they're in good enough numbers. However, the drop maybe catches you a bit off guard. Lings, slow Banes, roll over. We target fire a couple of Banelings before we lift and we get out. And we do keep this medevac alive, if only on half HP for now. Again, a bit more Ling Bane Hydra coming through. The Queen and the melee upgrade continue to come up as well. And those Marines stem through again. Overseer just going to be pulling away. And the Hydras and the Banes going to turn back around. The Lings are going to be there as well. Going to continue through. Just going to see the Ling Bane Hydra getting back across. Pulling away for the moment as we do see the Queen's actually in the front. Going to get taken down. Hydra Bane, Ling. Need to gather up. A few Zerglings are going to keep moving forward as well. Still chasing this down and keeping this busy for the next few moments is the name of the game right now. So keeping this as busy as we can. Again, 2-2 upgrades, vehicle weapons, the medevacs and Marines all building through those extra Banes and so from Solar, but Percival going to keep coming in just with a few more Marines, another drop of units. Solar very patient and, like I say, teching up over time as well, so it does feel as though he's got kind of a bit of comfort right now. It feels like he's feeling okay about where things are at and how kind of things are moving along. I don't think he's in a major rush to kind of be done with any of this. What am I going to get? A Queen? Just going to lose a few more drones at least. Again, these drops are adding up a little bit. You know, we're actually getting some more damage dealt. Still only 6 workers though, and Solar sits at 83. Killing a few workers like that is not quite going to cut it just yet still. Marines in the corner, just going to get turned around as well. It's just going to see a little bit of a push and a shove over there, nothing too crazy. And Hydroling Bane is still the call from Solar, but he's heading to that hive, so his tech is about to improve very shortly. Once that hive is up, that will be a big improvement that we can start working with here. Marines is going to pull back. A couple of bands are going to come through. Just going to see how he's coming over as well. We see Marines still fighting. A couple more drones going down. A bit more damage being dealt. The Marines back into the medevac, chased away once again. I have about to finish. Like I say, from Solo, that's a big tech point. A big moment in this match where things will probably change up a little bit. We see the Lings of the Banes coming over for a few moments. And chase straight across. That hatchery coming down into the top right. Solo just really keeps on taking bases. And the more bases he takes, the more I'm going to believe in his position, honestly. I feel like Solo is getting into a better and better state of play at the moment here as Queen is going to get in after the medevac. Would going to be good for some Ling Bane, so connecting there for a pretty decent shot as well. Units just joined back up together. Look down on the way through. The Viper's producing. And Adrenal Glands, plus 2 melee, plus 2 missiles. All of that's still coming into place as well. I'm just seeing the Marines going to load back up into those medevacs and just evacuate out of there. Hydra Bane still rolling on forward for the moment. A couple more shots looking to come through. A couple more hits here and there. And again, damage being done. As you do have the Marines just hitting this hatchery. Do we have enough as Percival to really, again, make something serious happen? He's maxed out. He's building ghosts. I wonder if he's just going to be happy to kind of sit back and play very defensively. Like I said, I don't think Percival is afraid of sitting back and let this game develop into kind of a later scenario. I say this, he is pushing forward now, so gets forward with this army. It is still pre-lurker, and as long as we're pre-lurker, I think being out on the map to try and fight Hydroling Bane is an okay thing. Especially if you don't get caught unsieged, right? You know, once you're sieged up here and, you know, preset with your mines and your tanks, it feels like you're almost always going to take something of a decent fight. Let's find out as that Widow Mine goes right into the Marines. Those Overseers, absolute MVPs. The Marines got absolutely beat up by their own Widow Mine. Supplies drop pretty evenly, but man, Solo has the bank to rebuild completely. Percival doesn't right now. Those Overseers devastating those mines. Just dragged them right onto a massive clump of Marines, and that damage was huge. If anything was already low there, it would have just been popped and died because everything went low, and that was big because it means that now, you know, you can't really tank any shots with those Marines, and you have to be a lot more cautious with them as Percival rather than being able to kind of stand there and fight a little more. It kind of put Percival onto the run rather than, like I say, kind of holding his ground. Still top right side, hatchery falls. So something that goes into Percival's favor at the moment is just see the Viper going to get abducted off on that medevac, pulling it back, that will go down. Forced a second abduct though, which, you know, at least it's some energy, right? You know, it's not the greatest thing in the world, but we got to take little victories when we get them. Not everything's going to be a major win as the Ling Bane Hydra goes back over once again. It's just going to send itself straight across. TC coming down, the tank will siege. A couple of snipes, I'm going to be seeing the Overseer going down. A couple more Overseers perhaps in some trouble here as well over these next couple of moments. Ling Bane pulling back around, and we are going to be seeing a tank getting jumped on as well. So tank going to get jumped and picked off straight away here. That'll go down. Have a nice little cleanup, but Percival is still replenishing with ghosts and just more of the same. These lurkers run into an absolute death trap. Not sure what Solo was looking at there, but it was not those lurkers because they were in a little bit too deep before he recognized the issue that really lay in front of him. Let's just run through. Bane's going to crash in. Planetary Fortress will fall. 9 SCVs, 10 SCVs going down. 3 upgrades. We'll continue to build. Burrow coming through. The couple of Liberators are going to be set up here. There's this Bio Ghost Force coming across the Lings. Just going to run in for a couple of moments. Just going to step this through the Ling Hydra. The Banes, the Vipers continue about. Tanks will siege. Blinding Cloud lands onto a couple of those tanks and Marines as well. Still got the rest of those Lings. Coming back across. The Bio going to try and get in here. Keeping on fighting over on this left side. There's a bunch of drones taking damage. The Percival's going to knock down an entire base and its mineral line. So, well, Percival takes damage himself. He will deal some damage in return. And workers killed is going to favor Percival. Obviously, Solar has maybe a few more bases to work with, so in terms of the base going down, Solar may be less concerned there. Although I don't think that base is irreplaceable for Percival on the bottom left that he's just going to have to relocate to. Snipes down the Vipers here, will stand and fight for a while. Eventually, he's going to have to pick up. He's going to eat a Baneling shot or two to try and survive longer. Oh my god, that medevac has a sliver of HP. And he's going to get an unload before it becomes an issue, so he's going to get those ghosts out of there. Man, that's a crazy moment as the Bio Ghost coming back over again. Just going to be seeing the medevacs overhead. Will be good to heal this, and Solo just can't win a fight right now, as Percival pretty dominant in the last few engagements that we've seen happen. Here's a fight you can win as medevacs with low HP and those units still on the map end up being stranded at this point. Push into the top right side. Hatchery there, immediately in some trouble as well. But the tank going to get chased. The Lingbane Hydra able to jump on one tank, able to jump on a second. Any sort of splash damage you're taking away is going to help improve this position, of course. Looking very effective there. Plus 3 missiles coming through. Still got a bunch of Lingbane on the way out. Zergling's going to jump onto the command center for a couple of seconds. It's going to be seeing that lifting off, pulling back over to the sides. Banes and Lurkers continue through. Plus 3 missile attack on the way up, drones on the way by. And again, a lot of that through for the moment. Just going to see the Widow Mines going in after those Zerglings. Just going to see the Lingbane Hydra still pulling back. The Bio Army still stepping through. Moving over for the moment. A couple of Lurkers will continue to come by. Again, still stepping around for now. See the mines able to go bang bang and one Lurker falls. Lurker's going to burrow up. SCV's in some trouble. Missile turret is going to fall. The Lingbane Hydra continuing through. Solar 200 against Percival's 175. Lurkers in the main nowhere near as effective as I thought they might be. Once again, Percival will find a base on his left side. He will target the drones first. Hatch next. Get that lift and I was going to say leave. One medevac didn't even lift up though. It got abducted. There's nothing inside of it, but the Marines obviously then never up in the skies either. So just a couple lurks in the main. Still not an overwhelming number, but another Nidus coming up. If we can't stay on top of those Niduses, eventually that is going to become a much bigger problem. So that's on the verge of me maybe being a bit more of an issue. As Solar is playing at the front now with the Lingbane Hydra, knocking on this front door and looking to see if Percival is in fact home. The Ghost gets to the main base though. The Nidus is for now going to be halted once again. And that is going to be stopped as this drop over here gets stopped too. And we actually have a moment where no player is on the other side of the map. I mean, Solar's kind of in the center, maybe thinking about an attack in, but I don't know if he's going to go for it. Doesn't seem like he will at this point in time. Looks as though we're going to hold it back and be happy with where things have gotten to for now. And both players will take a moment to rebuild, reset, and perhaps go once more into a few more bits of action in this game 1 of this BO3 semifinals. Spotting the finals up for grabs. Would be the 2nd time ever for Percival, the 6th time ever for Solar, if they were to win this series. Ghost's going to get chased. The Bane's able to get after. Planetary Fortress is probably going to hold its own here, honestly. It's the kind of on which I feel like the Planetary does very well against. Just the right amount of units for it to be able to kind of stand up and fight, and at the same time bang in the top right side. While the Planetary Fortress holds, this base will not. Well, if the base survives, it's only because every single drone went down instead. Percival prioritizing those, going to force drones back onto the production tab. I don't hate the idea. I think, Solar still has a lot of bases to work from. So I actually think getting rid of the drones is actually more important than the base initially. I don't disagree with what Percival kind of took the approach as there. I think that was actually a really not so bad decision. 16 drones dropping, a tank still on the way through. Lingbane Hydra coming about. Just going to see another Widow Mine gets picked up. Now going to start focusing his bottom left base. Obviously, Solar being denied the top right. Percival trying to make it so this game does not get out of control by keeping the base count under check. Got a little drop into the middle of the map. That's not going to do too much just yet. A few Lings and Banes running through. Snipes available on those ghosts. If you can get close enough to the heights to drop the snipes in, it's probably going to be the bigger concern. As Woodermine's going off on the Overseers, but the Overseers splashing the ghost at the very least, so something comes out of it. And will not be able to do much on the chase apart from just ending up taking damage, so that part still not exactly ideal as the Ling Bane Hydra comes back through. Gonna see a couple of these ghosts getting jumped on once again, and we are gonna keep chasing. So this army of Percival is now crashing down a little bit. Siege Tank gonna get jumped on as well. Solo had to spend his entire bank here, but he's finally making much more serious progress, getting rid of a lot of SCVs, fresh base going down. A few units are kind of scramble in this direction to help defend this, although now the moment's already passed, the base is gone. Is it worth stepping there to defend? Maybe if you feel like you've got enough units that can jump on what's left of Solar. Tank sieges, and I actually think that is enough to push Solar away for now. Because I don't think as Solar you feel the need to do much else. You've just had a big win. Let's regroup before we keep trying to push the issue even further. Oh, well, Fungal Growth at 2, so some Infestor additions going to immediately show themselves as being very worthwhile and useful. Just going forward, the tank's going down, the Widowmines and the Marauders getting picked off. Widowmines blowing up onto the Overseers for a couple of moments. Tank's jumping onto those Hydras still, another snipe coming out onto the Hydralisks. Still chasing this about, the army getting chased away, a couple Zerglings going down. It's going to see the Ling Hydra still continuing through, the Marine Marauder coming about as well, bringing the rest of this up and online for now. Medevac loads up, away we go, hatchery into the bottom left. Low HP, but surviving, and Percival just above 100 supply. Doesn't have the economy to stay in this game too much longer. As it stands, it might already be too far gone. I believe in his army a little, even though it's not super high in supply. It's still competitive with the supply of Solar. The problem is Solar's likely going to wipe it out and then be able to rebuild and go again. As we're going to dive in right now, Solar looking for the engagement here, and I think the numbers just aren't there for the Terran to be any kind of efficient, as Percival put up one heck of a fight, but not enough to get a map win here on Winter Madness. Solar is going to keep powering his way through and looking to open this series with a 1-0 lead. As he looks to try and get a match with MaxPax in the finals of the WARDITV Mondays, something that's happened twice before already. Solar MaxPax, first time Solar won 3-2, second time MaxPax won 3-1. It was a fairly recent one as well within the last few weeks. That most recent Solar versus MaxPax finals, so something to think on, as you are going to see Solar able to take that opening game. GG's, and he will take the 1-0 lead. And this BO3 game 2 going to come up here very shortly. So second map in a moment, guys. We'll get this ready to go. And yeah, we'll kick this off in just a second. Just wait for everyone to host this up. We'll run some ads just in case you got another long game. Got to be careful on that one. You can get ready to go. Ruby Rock going to be our map. Alright, you're going to get us in game, guys. I'm just going to take a moment to mute up because I'm going to take my hoodie off. It's a bit warm. So we'll just do that once we get in. Let's start searching the Solar MaxPax stats just in case we need them. So there's a pretty good chance. Cool. Alright, let's send it in game. I'll just mute up for 1 second, guys. We'll get intros done in just 1 moment. Yo, Darksaber23, thank you so much for the 18-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. You're doing great. Thanks for priming us. Thanks for supporting. Loads of subs today, guys. Appreciate your support in the WARDITV Mondays. If you're on the YouTube, don't forget you can also do your part. Like and subscribe. It's easy. It's free. Helps us out massively. Hit those buttons. Get more people here watching the Mondays. Greatly appreciated, and it goes a long way to helping out. Alright, Percival Solar. Game 2. As we get underway. Get this started off. Alright, so we take a moment. We'll just settle down. See what we get up to. Plus, if he's coming about, again, Reaper and the Orbital Command coming through, so we take a moment here. Get this settled, get this on the way. See where things will go. Reaper gonna fight. Just gonna be setting this up. Just gonna be getting this underway. Also, you guys fighting in chat. Just remember, Ghost also got made light, so Bane's are actually better against Ghost than they've ever been before, so... Yeah. If we're gonna call people idiots, let's try and be smart ourselves before we make such claims. Because, yeah. Ghosts being light definitely has a pretty major impact on everything else. But yeah, you know, yeah. I'll just leave it there. I think we said enough. Alrighty, so as we leave it there, we take a second to settle in and see where we take this one. Reaper on the way, about to commence into the tech lab coming over. Take a couple moments. Hellion will join up with the Reaper. Solo up 1-0 in this game. He's got the Lings moving, ready for the counterattack early in this game, so ready to dive in super quickly. So it's going to head into the natural. Ooh, was going up that ramp. I guess the depots did raise. Going to force the units to turn back around here on the side of Solar, so they will have to start coming back the other direction for the moment. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of Hellions there, ready to try and fight up this ramp. Lings are going to try and push their way through as they're dropping a couple of frames. Players won't see that, otherwise they would have instantly paused. So, 8 SCVs go down. This is already very good for Solar. It's a great starting point. 11 SCVs, now 12. And this investment of early Zerglings has been fantastic. That is, unfortunately, going to be very, very serious damage done early. Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be very serious. I can't really make much more of a statement than that. That's going to be rough to kind of come back out the other side of his Percival. He's down 20 workers early. Obviously, like, yeah, you got to invest a little bit there initially as Solar to make this happen, but but yeah, you know, not exactly ideal to say the least, as we just have the Banshee coming over. The Overlord going to be sitting there for a little bit, and time to see what else is going on. Banshee into the main base. Going to be seeing the Queen ready to fight back for a little bit as well. It's just going to go for a couple shots here. The Hellions looking for a way in, right? I mean, Percival at this point has to look for any opportunity he can possibly find to bring him back into this game, and that, you know, that's going to involve kind of looking around, looking at the chance to jump onto some of these mineral lines with Hellions and so early. Like, these are the sort of things you just got to be aiming at right now to try and hopefully, possibly, give yourself something of a fighting chance right here. So, okay, so the Hellions getting after a couple of creep tumors as well. And yeah, Stimpack on the way, Eva Chambers in the lab, building as we speak. And we do have the Banshees going to continue through, going to get on top of these Queens. Queens actually start to take a bit of damage right off the bat. And the Banshees and the Hellions do enough here to start pulling you back in this one. Obviously, Solar right now still being focused on droning. If he defends right now, and you don't do any damage with Percival, in 2 or 3 minutes, Solo's army is going to look absolutely unstoppable. And it's just going to have so much in comparison to the Terran player, and that's going to be a major issue. A 20 worker lead is not going to be something you can realistically withstand forever as the Terran. So yeah, you are getting into that position now where it's going to be very, very good here for the for the Zerg. Because yeah, that early damage really was extremely effective and extremely impactful. And puts you into, like I say, a whole spot of bother right from the very get-go in this game number 2. Sola vying for that finals against MaxPax once again. Again, last time around went well for MaxPax. Last few times they met in general has went well for MaxPax. I don't think it's an unwinnable series for Solo though, but I'll talk about that more when we do get there. If we do get there, like I say, it seems like the expectation right now. But we shouldn't count our eggs too soon. Should be a little cautious still. Get ready to roll. Missiles in the carapace still coming up. One upgrades coming about, combat shield coming through. Again, there's the 1/1 missile upgrades and that roach speed building just for a moment or so as well. Again, 1/1 coming about, roach ravager coming over for a couple of moments. Don't hit Solo going roaches. When you're in the lead like this, going roaches is something that's going to swarm very quickly in your favor, I would say. Yeah, see a couple of barrels going down. The tank going to get caught. A couple of those Marines going to get jumped on for a few moments. Again, 1/1 about to finish up here. That combat shield about to finish. Marines coming through. It's going to be seeing the Roach Ravager still looking to push forward. A couple of those bunkers getting jumped on because they're just not ready yet. I mean, Percival's just been behind all game long. It's so tough for him to be in an okay position right now, plain and simple. And this is actually okay. A portion of this fight looked okay. A bunch of Roaches are taking a lot of damage, but there's just not enough damage to keep it going. We lost all the SCVs already as well. I think it's fair to say that this one is coming to a close. Seems as though we'll be done here next few moments. As, yeah, this is Solo just having too much. How to make this one exciting. Great game 1, really close competitive. Game 2, that Ling run by really set the stage for the next 6 minutes of the game afterwards. And yeah, engineering base go down, 2-2 denied. Not sure that was ever really going to have a chance to come up and finish anyway. Roaches is going to find themselves a depot. Again, the extra Bane nest still coming about. Infestation pit and the drones will come on the line as well for the moment. Roaches and Lings pulled back over to the top. Just going to see a couple of these depots getting grabbed. Just going to be seeing those getting cleaned up. I mean, Percival is really hanging on for dear life. He's going to stay here till the last possible moment. He likes it in this game and he will not leave it willingly. Unfortunately, eventually you're going to have to leave it to some extent because you just can't really stay in this one. Solo's going to back off. Percival will be able to reland his third base, but 109 over 101 supply. He's up against still a maxed out Zerg as well. Like I say, you're going to give yourself a chance to stay alive and stay in it, but it really shouldn't be long lasting. This really feels like just a countdown to the end of this game 2 and this series, and hence the semis. Before we head into today's finals, which will be MaxPax versus Solar PVZ. Best of 5. Roach Ravager is going to force the ByuNs to load up. Away they go, pulling back immediately there. Hive building, Ling's Bane speed, Overlord speed, +2 carapace, and the +1 melee continue to come by. The Bio army just going to lift up again off those medevacs, escaping away. Roaches going back through. A couple of Banes going to try and connect. The medevacs are just going to lift and say, no, not today. We're going to get out of here for a moment or two. A couple corrosive balls. Still trying to come down. We lose a full medevac. Just in case Percival needs more reasons to think about leaving this game. That very well could be nominated as one of them. Just in case you need more. I mean, to be fair, he's not been forced to leave yet, so he's within his rights to keep it going. But again, from our perspective, we can really see that it's not looking ideal. Alright, just going to be seeing the Roach Ravager Bane continue to move through for a couple of moments, so across we go. Making a bit of a journey. Because yeah, a couple of tank shots just going to come about. Marine's going to be there, tank's going to fire. A couple of lanes going to get a few shots onto the SCVs. And defensively speaking, Percival's going to hang on for a little bit. Like, he's going to get the tanks in good places. 6 SCVs go down. Can Solo just find his way with Corrosive Vials to slowly chip through this? Liberate obviously should be a priority target for him here. Goes down. That opens the door to start a Corrosive Vial onto the siege tanks, although they're currently all on cooldown. So step back for a moment. Another 13 SCVs fell during this time. So again, the economy of Percival is still very much so down and out in this game, and really not very apparent at the moment. See a couple of libs sieging up as well. More Vials. Liberate can take a few more shots. Lib circles actually stacking up. We actually do need to hit some of these Vials, whether it's on the Libs or onto the tanks. In the end, Soul's just going to step through the Liberators. There was a couple of Vials at them, but mostly focused on getting rid of these tanks now. And yeah, the Libs cannot really stay in position forever, and when they do relocate, the Ravager Vials will be back. So it's just a good approach for Solar to break it down. But it did still feel fairly inevitable with the way that this game had started off. GG's, Solar 2, Percival 0. Good run from Percival. Semifinals is good. Just couldn't get through Solar today, who will play MaxPax in this finals of the WARDITV Monday. Kind of funny that for Solar, considering all the different finalists that we have, that for Solar, he has played MaxPax 1, 2, and now 3 times in the finals of a WARDITV Monday. So half of Solar's finals are going to have been against MaxPax. I guess not super crazy. MaxPax has the most final appearances out of everybody at 37 when you count today. So cool. Some stats for you guys then. Most importantly, though, Solar MaxPax coming up. PvZ Best of 5 finals on the agenda. Will be coming up. After that, we'll be doing our sponsored content with Call of Dragons, guys. The exclamation mark COD in the chat if you want to download and play along with us as the day goes on. We'd love to have you guys with us for Call of Dragons. We'll be playing that at the end of the stream, so do check that out. And yeah, PvZ in this finals coming up. When was the last time we had a PvZ final that didn't feature Solar, I wonder? Ah, yeah, Laser Hero. It's not actually that long ago. So we don't have a lot of Zerg representation in these cups a lot of the time, so Solar dominates when it comes to the Zergs and the history in this tournament. So, yeah, but actually, yeah, Laser made a couple of finals against Classic and Hero. That were actually kind of fun finals. Laser was pretty fun to watch in those games. Alright, just gonna take a moment, my friends, and ready us up. And we'll get this ZVP ready to go. Very exciting. Chat, I need motivation to go shovel the driveway. The early game PvZ is really boring, so if you don't go shovel the driveway, you're gonna have to watch that. Haha, got you. Just don't shovel the driveway. What's the snow gonna do? You know, what's the snow really gonna do to you at the end of the day? Melt? I guess it could freeze over and be annoying or just stop you getting anywhere. Oh yeah. 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 Freaking snow. Video should be underway, guys. Solar and MaxPax usually pretty good at getting things going. Of course, 2 teammates, the villains of StarCraft 2, going to be making more Team League appearance from them tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow, Team League games, guys, will be featuring Stanley Balls versus CJ Entus. Onside against Old War Machines. Villains of SC2 against Old War Machines. And then Villains of SC2 against Onside. MaxPax versus Maru in tomorrow's games, guys. Going to be good. Going to be very good, actually. I think tomorrow will be a fun one. Yeah, MaxPax Maru's got to be the highlight map from tomorrow's games, so make sure you check in for that and don't miss it. Make sure you don't miss it. Alright, like I said, we're just waiting for them to host up, and we should be able to go in just a few moments' time. Get this ready to begin. Oh, getting ready to begin. Oh. Ooh-ohs. Lobby is coming up, it seems, so we are going to be in game shortly, my friends. And thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here. Let's get some StarCraft 2 on the go. 10,000 feet going to be our opening game. It's best of 5, of course, in the finals as well. You thought MaxPax and Solar have a beef? Why are they on the same team? I don't think they have a beef. To be honest, I think they're probably just... Well, I think what happened was Solar was like, oh, a team league. I'm going to make the strongest team possible. So he literally went down the list in the league like and asked one by one players to join his team. And until he had a team, which was MaxPax, Solar, and Percival, which is pretty darn good team. One of the stronger ones for sure. But yeah, it's quite the squadron. Do you think they have beef because Max Solo was asking MaxPax to GLHF that time or so? I think it's just a silly little thing. I don't think it's that deep. Or maybe they just both see Team League with each other as a good chance for money because they're both really good. So they don't care. Money talks, you know? Money talks. You know what else talks? I do. I talk about StarCraft 2. And to do that, we need tournaments. And if you guys would like to see more tournaments, you can support us on Patreon. Patreon.com/WARDITV. 100% of everything pledged on Patreon goes directly into WARDITV tournament prize pools. We're so close to pushing over the $2,000 marker on Patreon. So do check it out. Again, that is patreon.com/WARDITV if you want to support the prize pools of these tournaments and events. I appreciate it if you do. Goes a long way and allows us to keep on bringing you guys awesome games of StarCraft 2 and supporting the players as they get into this finals of WARDITV Monday 78. Bottom right corner, the blue Protoss player is going to be MaxPax. Up against the red Zerg in the top left, we are going to have ourselves Solar. Alright, like I say, a little bit of history between these two. As they have played a couple of finals against each other in WARDITV Mondays. They're 1-1 in WARDITV Monday finals against each other. Again, Solo won the first one. The first one he won was an absolute epic, by the way. 3-2 victory was amazing games. That was way back in WARDITV Mondays 59 back in November. Back in November. Most recently they played actually in the finals 3 weeks ago. That was the most recent meeting. That went to MaxPax 3-1. MaxPax beat Solar 2-1 before that in January. Twice actually, 2-1, 2-0 in the same tournament, just in different portions of it. And then in the OSC Championship, Solar did beat MaxPax 3-2. That was in January as well. It was also a 3-2 victory in the Pickasaur Cup for Solar. And then that is their kind of history in 2026. So it's 2-3 in MaxPax's favor in series in 2026 between these guys. Right, let's put our camera on and see where we get to today, then see what is going to be given to us as we get this all started and ready to go. Let's kick this off for a moment or so, then get this ready to rumble. Just for now, so yeah, we kick this off, we get this going. See where things are gonna go. See what we're gonna get up to. Adept is going to just go for shade for a second or so, just going to move across, so Adept going to move around. We do see the Queen and the Lynx be coming up, a couple of drones and the Lings building by. Bit of Chrono Boost coming through as well for the moment, and we'll get that back on track, ready to resume. The Adept is going to go for a bit of a shade upwards to the top as well, so Adept is going to go shading for a little bit right now and see what we can find. Adept shades through, the Queen going to be there. Just going to see that Adept taking a bit more damage. Oracle still producing through. Cybercore will be a part of this with the Warp Gate coming up as well. And that Oracle is just going to skip across over to the top side for a little bit. Just going to see the few Zerglings going to be here running around. Now, what do we expect out of this series? Definitely from Solar, lots of aggression. Ling Hydra attacks, Hydra Ling Bane aggression. Yeah, there's so many different ways to be aggressive, I think, is the important thing. I think we'll also probably see some faster Roach Ravager attacks, something that Solar's mixed in more lately. Probably Mutas one game as well, best of 5. We typically get a larger map when Mutas are more effective, and I think that's something else that Solar enjoys doing. Most importantly, though, anything you can pretty much do as Solar to avoid a straight-up longer game. Right? The longest game you want to be playing is the game you play Mutas in. Like, you do not want to go late game, you do not want to play against a proper Protoss army. You want to either end it early, or let it go long because the guy's running around after your Mutalisks and you're controlling the game in that regard and able to do very well for yourself, and so on and so forth. So, you know, definitely expecting that as the kind of go-ahead game plan over the course of this. That's the way to see some success here, so on and so forth. Going to be seeing the couple of things going to come through, a little bit of damage being done, so a few shots coming about for a moment. We just keep active with those Lings. There's going to be a Rotron in this opening game here from Solar, so that's going to be a bit of a starting point for us already. Just going to be seeing those couple of Oracles coming back through, firing up a few more shots, and so far, not exactly going too well. Oracle gets shot down, so that gets taken out. 3 drones already going down. You got some Stalkers still coming up. The Oracle and the Blink coming by as well. And drones and the Lair and the Extractors coming through. Hatchery building as we speak. Bringing a lot of this up and online. +1 and Blink going to be a big part of that as well. Right now, let's just have another Palin coming down off to the sides. And looking to see where we can continue to move to for the moment. So bringing a lot of these little bits and pieces through and into play. Do have the Lings are going to try and run up that left side. Trying to take position right here. Just going to do a little bit of damage, nipping through a pylon to begin with. The Oracle will activate onto a couple of Zerglings as well. Yeah, +1 Blink coming up. The Spire building from Solar. Bling's wanting to go in after those couple of probes for a moment. Just going to cancel the battery. Just going to bring that back through. As I do have the Stalker stepping in to help deal with the Zerglings and help push them back the other direction. So Ling's going the other way for the moment here. Still got that melee upgrade, that roach speed coming online too, so we get a good idea of where this game in general goes to. Which is, yeah, melee, Lings, roach speed just in case you need the roaches, maybe a bit of a fake out, most importantly that Spire coming up. And investing into the chance to play Mutas here. Kind of surprised we're going to see Mutas on 10,000 feet, but I guess you can still kind of have a good kind of jump between the bases on this map. Obviously being able to harass from the middle of the map onto that 4th mineral line or 3rd mineral line as well is a big deal. Ling's going to cancel that Nexus on the bottom side. So that is going to fall. MaxPax did get the cancel off, no kill. So just an extra 100 minerals saved, a few hundred minerals saved there, 300 minerals saved. As the Mutas are on the way. The Lings threatening to jump onto these Stalkers. They blink back. I actually thought they could have maybe chased for another surround because the blink back wasn't taking them too far away. Don't commit to it though, Solar. Probably feels like he just didn't get enough damage done in time to really make it justifiable. He wants to keep Lings alive and keep their numbers good. And like I say, the mutas are coming out. Ideally, you don't show these mutas against these Stalkers, of course. MaxPax has to be asking, though, where is your gas? You know, like, you've got to be doing something in this game other than just building Lings. So surely we start to figure out a little bit of this, and the preparation might start to come through. The Lings and the Queens keep on fighting. Some mutas still flying over. We might see those mutas now. In fact, we definitely do. Mutas thinking about showing themselves onto this army. Well, mutas across the map are going to start dealing damage. Now, MaxPax actually does just need to defend against this army, though. He actually needs to make sure that this does not break through and does not do too much. We're killing a couple of these Stalkers already. 17 probes going down. There was some preparation being made, but clearly not enough of it just at first. As we're going to see those Stalkers still staying in after this, getting a little bit more done already. The mutas flying through again. The cannon will fire a few more shots off. Mutas still taking a few more hits, and we're just going to be seeing the Lings, the Queens, the mutas are able to eventually push this back and defend over in this position, shut this down, and stop this from being too much more of a factor. So we finally get a defense off here as Solar. MaxPax is still coming back over once more, though. Pure Stalkers at the moment. We see more Ling muta in production. It's going to be more of the same from MaxPax. That really should not be coming as too much of a surprise at the moment. And the Ling will chase forward. Just going to see the Stalkers still blinking back. Stay Sword going to be right there as well. A couple of those mutalists take a bit more damage. The Lings will continue through. Just going to come joining back up together for the moment. The mutas continue to gather in. Gathering those up right now. The mutas continue to get busy. A couple of those Stalkers get caught as well. Just going to get in after a couple more mutalists right here. Again, +1 flyer attack coming through. The mutas, the Lings, the Queen, all building. And these Stalkers of MaxPax continue to move forward to keep on pressuring. And Stalker's going to fight for a couple of seconds, a bit more being done already. Just going to be seeing the Stalker's able to push back. I mean, this is going to be a pretty intense back and forth still. More mutalists are coming through. The fact that mutas are having to be used against these Stalkers is not ideal. MaxPax has at this point recovered from some of the damage that he was originally taking in this scenario as well. So recovery there is a big plus. It's going to be seeing the rest of these drones coming about. So we reposition for a little bit, reset for a few moments, get back on track. Mutas and Lings all coming through. Just going to see that Zealot and the armor upgrade coming about as well. The Ling Muta still going to take a chance to dive forward onto the Stalkers when possible. You see +2 attack helping MaxPax in these fights as well. The Zealot's just also very useful. Like, giving the Lings something they have to target that isn't the Stalkers is going to help you massively in the overall kind of grand scheme of playing defense here. So now the mutas actually do get on top of the Stalkers, though. So MaxPax is going to lose some of those numbers. And his army supply actually gets kind of chomped through a little bit. A few reinforcing Stalkers arrive. It won't take long to reinforce on this map, as the Zealots just say, right, if you're going to ignore us, we're just going to go straight across the map and get busy here. So they go through. They see some drones kills. They see some Ling kills. Bit of cleanup being made. Solar is going to hang on in here. Solar's going to take about a 30 supply lead in this game. So starting to look a little bit more comfortable than he maybe was doing beforehand. Just going to try and slip their way through over this direction. It's just going to move in over this way. And just going to see a couple more probes being grabbed right off the bat. And 4 meters on the way out. Damage being done at the moment. Ling Muta all coming through, the few extra Stalkers coming up, the armor upgrade coming by. It's going to be a battery and a couple cannons coming in as well, as the Stalkers will go after those Zerglings. A couple of those Lings getting picked off, the Muta Ling together. They'll take a chase onto a few Stalkers. We see another Stasis Ward catching another Zergling, one more Ling caught as well. Muta Ling going to run through, he's going to try and jump on these Stalkers. That forces the blink already, which means you start to actually kill some of these Stalkers pretty quickly. Forcing a blink so soon feels very good, and the Lings obviously just want to try and avoid the Zealots. Again, we just say we've got enough meters to actually just fight this straight up, and they are fending off these Stalkers for now. It's not cheap. We are losing mutalists, right? Damage is being done to them, but they are just staying in such a high, such a large flock. And now they threaten to come over here. There's an easy pylon, an easy few probes you can maybe get. If you blink in defensively, then it doesn't mean Blink's on cooldown, but Solar decided not to attack to capitalize on this. 7 new meters of his own in production and joining into play. Those Oracles still alive, always impressive when there's been meters flooding the map for 5+ minutes. Having the Oracle still about is impressive, and of course useful. Stasis Ward's always going to be a good thing. Revelations and information gathering is always going to be amazing as well, right? So, yeah, I'm not going to complain about having a couple of Oracles still around, as maybe the Mutalist count a bit too large here. I do think it's somewhat important to obviously preserve some of these meters and keep the meter count very high and effective. And that will probably mean that we want to take some of these fights with Lings again. So the Lings actually take some of the attention. They can deal some damage if they are able to get on top of those Stalkers, which if they're not able to get on top of the Stalkers, then we're kind of doing something wrong, really. Meter's just going to hang around over here. We actually do take this other clump of reinforcements, essentially. Bring these across the map. Going to try and run them straight in for a few shots. Straight in position. Stalkers blinking through. Meter's going to re-engage onto the Stalkers. I'm not sure if I love it. I don't feel like it's enough meters to kill the Stalkers quickly enough to justify it, so... At the same time, meters in the main base still trading. Only a couple of probes going down there, though. This really still could be a whole lot worse. Meter coming through, +2 flyer attack on the way. Nick's pulling back over. Those mutalisks will gather. Stalker shots, Phoenix hits. You can see a couple shots coming through again. We get rid of one more Stalker. Looking for more. Going to make it 2-3 and counting. Phoenix going to fight back. It's going to see the mutalisks. Probably not going to be good enough here. I mean, obviously realizing that we're still going meters after all this time, building a couple of Phoenix at a time is going to be extremely useful. However, the Lings are flooding this mineral line. Stasis holds a few of them off, but 15 probes dead, and MaxPax is struggling to hang on in to this game. Solar is genuinely going to be in trouble against these freaking Phoenix, though. Like, these Phoenix are absolutely a problem for him. So I'm not sure what his kind of game plan is to really deal with these guys long term. Because I can't really say that I love his setup against them. Like, it is just meters and hoping that the meters can trade well enough. Like, you know, if there's more and more Phoenix coming out, eventually these meters genuinely do get into just a major problem here. So, yeah, that's a interesting little situation that we find ourselves in as the Phoenix chasing those meters off, and this is why I think MaxPax might genuinely start to bounce back a little bit. And don't get me wrong, Solo did a lot of work, but we can't just lose meters like this. We're now going to start building a Hydrogen and a Bane nest, so we're going to start looking to a transition. The weird thing is that Phoenix are actually still pretty good. If you can get to a lot of Phoenix, they can actually lift up some Hydras aggressively. They can obviously go drone hunting as well. Like, this is something we can continue to do for a while right now. Let's try to chase those Phoenix down, just running straight across. +1 missiles, bailing speed coming up. We are going to see the groove spines coming through as well. Phoenix, get onto the meters. The meters are going to still try and chase just for a second there. Again, a little bit of that back and forth continuing. The Temple Archives will continue into play as well. The Phoenix back over to the right-hand side. Continuing to settle this down in the grand scheme of things at the moment. We'll lift up a couple of units here and there. Just going to see those drones going down. 5, 6 workers, 7 workers going down. The meters are going to jump in and find some more value right off the bat. Or at least try to. There's the Hydras that are, like I say, going to be a big switch in this game. But it means that MaxPax is also able to kind of now say, hey, now I'm fighting against like a Ling Hydra army. Unfortunately, MaxPax is not like amazingly well set up for that. Like, let's be real, if he had Storm or something incredible, he doesn't have it. The Hydra's a little bit split apart right now. Baneling speed is going to be great. What would be even better is just actually just having some Banelings to deal with the Zealot count here. The meters need to try and focus up on these Zealots. We need to get rid of the Zealots first. Let's see what we do. The Lings are going to run in. The Archon's down, so I actually think the Lings should succeed pretty well here against the Stalkers that are left over right now. You should just see success, success, success. I don't think that goes in any sort of a negative direction for you, plain and simple, so I think that part is pretty simply explained. Ling's going to come chasing over, still going after said Stalkers, and that is Solar pushing this back, but at an extreme cost. He lost 23 workers, and Solar's supply is going to be trailing in this game. MaxPax might actually be on the verge of just doing this, actually. Like, he might actually just do enough to make this, at the end of the day, have been a worthwhile trade after all this time. I do think Solar just probably went a bit too hard on that mutalisk count. I think the idea was fine, but the moment the Phoenix started coming out 2 at a time, maybe if we cut into Hydra Bane at that point already, it would have just done what we needed. Now Solar trailing heavily in supply. He's going to morph some Banes and probably try to go for a last-ditch effort, but I actually think MaxPax has done it. The resistance and resilience to kind of get to this stage, very impressive. We are going to see this fight breaking out. Solar has to say GG. And yeah, he did a lot of work here. Obviously, it stays on that very inefficient army. You rely on kind of, again, continuing to outmaster your opponent. The fact MaxPax was able to find his way to 2 Phoenix at a time in production and get to an answer is absolutely huge. And actually just kind of a crazy game, honestly. Kind of a crazy game. Did Solar throw it away by going too hard on the mutas? I don't know if throw away is really the right word, because I do kind of agree with what he did. Like, it was working. Like, you were putting on so much pressure. Like, it was fine, right? It was, like I say, it was working. Invalid map on the lobby host. Let's try this again. Ruby Rock for game number 2. Solar and MaxPax, second game coming up in a second. I honestly think he had a moment he could have switched to Hydra Bane much sooner. And I get it, it's scary because you feel like if you let up that pressure, you're going to let the pros come at you full strength. But I think the perfect moment is you see him committing to 2 Phoenix at a time. He must have built 10 to 20 meters after seeing the Phoenix gun growing. You know? I think he built at least 2 more rounds of me. Like at least 10. I actually think it could have been up to 20. Like, it felt like a while. Maybe that's a bit exaggerative, but if you cut and spend that money on Hydra Bane, then I think that is fine, because I think at that moment, not only is MaxPax being kind of pushed behind this entire game, but then also on top of that, he is now investing into some tech, which means he can't possibly be investing into the tech that would kill Hydra Bane or kill you while going to Hydra Bane, which I have to imagine is the biggest concern from Solar's point of view about not going Hydra Bane in the first place, right? So yeah, I think maybe just finding that transition point a little sooner could have been something to change the pace of this game and just to actually net the victory for Solar after all that effort. Then you should have committed at MaxPax's 4th. Yeah, maybe as well. If you force a fight on the base, maybe at the very least you're going to get rid of the base, even if you lose some of the mutas too, whereas instead he was kind of harassing towards the main, where the mutas were popping out and spawning and everything as well. So, yeah, no, it's also a reasonable suggestion. I think there's in hindsight, there's a lot of things we could have done to adjust and look at this differently and take a different approach, right? So, yeah. Yeah. Hatchgasm Pool coming up as we enter a game number 2 of this BO5. Next is in the server core building by, so he just gets it up for a couple moments, get this ready. See where this game number 2 takes us here. This best of 5 tickling along right now. Drone gonna nibble, probe takes some damage against Cybercore and Nexus both coming through. A couple queens in that drone continue to come about as well, so bring a lot more of that into play just for the moment. Continue through with this. Yeah, Cybercore and Nexus all coming about. Pylon on the way, bringing that up. Getting this moving. For a couple moments. Take a moment to catch my breath. Want to banger over game number 1 in this best of 5. Great starting point for us, and been a pretty fun Monday Cup, actually. I was a little sad when I saw the player count signed up originally, but it's actually been pretty darn cool. It's been a fun one. Like I say, we do have sponsored content after this, guys. !COD in the Twitch chat. I'll give you the Call of Dragons link. Download it, play with us. Really appreciate it if you do, and it supports the stream directly. We get paid for everyone that downloads. You get paid if you get to level 5 as well. Play along with me at the end of the stream. Join the Wardy Alliance if you want to. Or just play until you hit level 5 and dip out if you fancy it as well. Or just install it and check it out for a couple of minutes. All of this helps. Like I say, we'll be sponsored to play Call of Dragons at the end of the stream today. So that'll be coming up if you want to help support the channel and hence help support StarCraft as well. Appreciate it if you decide to stick around on that. Well, drones coming up, queens on the way, overlords and the hatch coming through as well. We get settled in right now. Oracle coming over, just gonna see the Twilight Council, the Gate and the Nexus coming about. Stalker. Ling gonna come about as well. You know, we're going to take a couple shots, move through for a couple of moments here, as you can see. Just going to see what else we can find right now, as the melee upgrade will be the choice from Solar initially. Just going to get that on the way. Get that started up. Four queens. Actually going to be good for an Oracle kill. Come on, no? 1 HP Oracle gets away. Oracles are sneaky little things. Yeah, sneaky little things. Well, we just have ourselves the Stalk again warped in. Bane Nest coming about. Hatch in the lair continues to come through. So bring a lot of that online just for the moment. We're seeing those extra Stalkers warping in. It's going to be go time here shortly with this Blink Stalker push. Can Solo deal with this? A lot of Ling's going to be out from him. He will not have the melee upgrade yet, so it's going to be one thing to take note of, that the melee upgrade will not be available immediately, so that will be one factor we can't keep track of here. As we do have a couple Stalkers going to get turned around. The Queen's going to be there to push this back. One Stalker shooting, a couple Lings going down. Yeah, Probe's going to get grabbed as well. So that Probe goes down. The Adept and a couple Stalkers still chasing over to the side. The Lings will come back through immediately. And once again, try and make their way over here for some shots and some damage at the moment. See the Lings still chasing. The Stalker's going to step back once again with that Adept right there. Just going to get back in position. Just going to see the Stalker still trying to trade. There's see one Stalker going down. Now going to get a little catch on a couple of these different Lings. And still running up. Again, this is the moment where Solar just needs to hang on in there. He's so close to Hydras, it's going to help him out massively. Oh, nice banelings across the map. 17 probes go down. Okay, Solar putting MaxPax in a bit of an awkward spot now, because that's a lot of damage taken. Now MaxPax probably feels the need to get a bit more done over here. Stasis catches a chunk of Lings. We are getting to more and more Hydras, though. Of course, Hydras on their own are a little bit susceptible to just being traded out with by these Stalkers. That's why the Lings are so important, and losing those to the Stasis takes away a little bit of your kind of tanky front line. We're going to get them back shortly. We lost maybe 1 or 2 Hydras in that additional exchange. We actually end up killing a couple more Stalkers at the end as well, so I actually kind of think it's okay for Solar, who is definitely defending through to a bit of a better place right now after those Banes crash in for so much damage across the map. That part was really quite substantial, so big damage dealt there. And now looking to see in this game too, maybe keep tilting in Solar's favor. A few more Lings popping out. We're still replenishing these Stasis wards, by the way. Pops one pretty quickly. There's one on the left I'm not sure Solar's aware of. Lings on the counter will be met by Zealots, so no fortune there. Nothing too much we can do right now. Another couple of Stasis wards catching some more of these Zerglings again, so a bit more being done on that. M+1 missiles, Baneling speed, and Hydra speed continue to come through as well, so a lot of that's still coming by. A little bit more bits of damage being done as we speak. Yeah, this Hydra Queen Force just gathering for the moment. Templar Archives +2 attack. All of that's still building into place. The Hydra Queen going to be right there, and again, Bane speed, Hydra speed. All of that Ling Vein coming over. The Lings and the Hydras and the Queens keep pushing forward. Zealots and the Stalkers get pushed back for the moment. Hydras will fight. Zealots go down. The Ling's actually going to get a bit of a wraparound as well. Now going to see these Hydras still chasing up. The Stalkers will still be pushed. Again, Ling Hydra coming through. The Bane speed about to complete in the next couple moments. Where do we go from here? +2 attack will be soon to finish. Now a couple more of these Stalkers getting caught, so just a little bit more being found. Again, the Stalkers being pulled back away from. A few more Stalkers warping in. +2 attack as a part of this. Hydras will be there to chase the Stalkers one more time. Again, just pushing them up to that upper right-hand corner at the moment, so chasing them away. The Lings are going to come through as well. It's been kind of a similar story throughout. Solar, no more upgrades or anything on the way in. He's going to lose a hatchery bottom left side, has to cancel it here against the opposing units, so have to take a moment to deal with that, but otherwise good to continue through. The Hydra's still joined, and Solar's up 50 supply right now. I think most importantly, he's up against no splash damage apart from like Archons. If this was Storm, You're feeling a bit better about MaxPax maybe having a defense, but Archons against the Hydras are just not really feeling like it's enough. We don't even have that many Zealots in the front line either. There's the first few Zealots being warped in now, so it's going to be extremely difficult to defend as you see Solar spreading out in that concave, readying to deal with this. Hydras just going to break straight through. With some damage straight away. This base goes down. Bane's into the mineral lines. MaxPax does begin to pull back, but man, it's going to be a bunch of pros falling. 28 workers already dead, and I don't think that's going to be improving too much at all right here. These Hydras still pushing forward. The Stalker Archon still getting jumped on. Just going to see the rest of that Stalker Archon still getting just eaten up alive. And this one is going to be coming to a close sooner rather than later. The Hydras still getting down to business, still chasing those Stalkers down. Just going to see this Nexus in absolute trouble. It is falling. It is dropping. It is going to be gone. GG, says MaxPax, and Solar takes it to a 1-1 scoreline this best of 5. Off to a stellar start. Our finals looking great in the early stages today as we tie things up 1-1 and get ready for a game 3. Is it West Central West or Central West Central today? Today it is Central West Central, so it is a server preference to MaxPax, which means we go back to Central, which is going to prefer MaxPax a little bit right now, then West, and then the final game, if we go to Game 5, will be in MaxPax's favor as well on the servers. Lobby's coming up as we go to Old Republic for Map 4. This best of 5 final MaxPax and Solar. And they really do give us good games lately, and this has been a great set of games so far. Very, very fun couple of maps as we ready straight into this one. We have Shin in the player slot instead of Solar. That's not going to cut it, so we will just fix that up. Cool. Game 3 coming up. What's up, Plovel? Thank you so much for the 8-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you for priming us up. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate it. We did hit 600 subs earlier. Apparently we dropped off a couple since then, but on the way back with Unstoppable Pork on the 41-month resub as well. Let's go, Wardy. Let's go, Unstoppable Pork. Thank you so much for being unstoppable on your Prime sub. Appreciate it. Let's go. Game number 3. Tied up 1-1. In this best of 5. MaxPax in the bottom left-hand corner is the blue Protoss player. Solar in the upper right-hand corner is the red Zerg. And we have ourselves a third map here. This is the kind of map I expect mutas on, actually. So the fact that Solar's shown us mutas once, we'll see if it kind of delves back into them here. It's also a bit more predictable, perhaps, on this map as well from MaxPax's point of view. So we'll see if there's some kind of ideas there. We'll see if it is mutas, what kind of mutas it might be, because there's a couple different ways to play them as well. So a couple questions we can ask early and kind of work on as we get through this in the early stages. Alright, so coming about and getting underway. Old Republic, our map. Like I say, game 3, banging game so far, great finals. You're all enjoying some WARDITV Monday action. Appreciate you guys being here with us. Alright, extract coming down, Hatchcast and Pool getting set up for a few moments, so we get that all ready. Trying to see where else we can go for the next couple of moments. Let me see this Overlord moving about for a couple of moments. So the Overlord just coming across, going to make a move. A couple of seconds, stepping over for now. So the Overlord just moving, cruising. I say we take a couple seconds to get set up here on Old Republic, see where things are going to go for us, see how things are going to play. See that depth moving around on that right side is just going to go Jenny across, Overlord coming about, Link Speed and the Queen coming over as well. Continue to get this on the way at the moment, bring this into place. Set up that Overlord just going to be chilling here, and the Adept moving over. Early game PvZ. Taking a few moments to establish. No surprises just yet. Hey, what's up, Growlung? Thank you so much for the 25-month resub on the Prime, by the way. Appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed for priming us up. Loads of subs today, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for making the day awesome. It's been a banger of a day so far. Appreciate all the love. Thank you. I'm going to see the Oracle coming about, trying to see what else is going on. See the Lings getting down the bottom, just going to jump up in this Nexus a couple of moments there. A couple of Adepts going to be here, a couple of Lings getting picked away at. Twilight Council and Forge both building through. The Gateway and the Nexus continue to come about as well. Got a couple of Lings coming about, just going to see the Lair on the way in as well. Hatchery continue to build for a couple of moments right now. Oracle can drop a little Revelation in. It's really been just a pretty peaceful first 4.5 minutes. One Ling killed. So unusual to see a PvZ where nothing really happens. Because obviously, at least this happens usually, right? The Oracle gets in, some damage is done. We're going to start seeing a bit of it now. Usually Adepts are kind of culprits of dealing damage early as well. 2 drones, Oracles take some real HP damage beyond the shield, so that part is decent. The Queen's just going to be there and continue to chase the Oracles away through the top side for a couple of moments at the moment, so... Is this game a nothing burger so far? Kinda, right? I mean, it's just setting up, right? We've set up into something a bit different, to be fair. MaxPax is going to play charge. I mean, we're starting to see some more interesting choices now. His charge will come online. He is going to be up against a Roach style from Solo, though. He's not going to be super Ling heavy, which is nice for Solo, because if he was going to play kind of like a melee upgrade or so, that would be countered a little bit by his opponent opening straight into charge, so there's that kind of aspect of it, as you see the Oracle's going to zap around, a couple of Queens getting revelated. Nothing too major. There's the Spire, so we are going to see, I mentioned this map feels like a bit more of a Spire map. We're going to see it coming down still from Solar, but he is going to go there via the Roach speed, or at least the idea of starting this Roach speed, so he's going to get a few Roaches at the very least. We'll see if he sticks to any kind of severe amount of Roach production or not as we continue through this. That will probably be a big question mark in the next few minutes as the Lings gather back into the middle of the map once again. Just getting reset over here for a moment or two. Alright, charging the +1, coming around. Just going to be seeing the, like I say, Spire in the background there. A few Lings move around the center. We've got MaxPax moving up the top with an Oracle as well. Just going to keep that moving, get that going for the moment. Lings actually do get a catch on the Adepts, so a bit of damage being done on those. And yeah, a couple of Archons going to be going. Overlord taking some damage. Zealots, Archons, Queen going to fight this. This is where Roaches are extremely useful, because if this is just Lings right now, you're in so much trouble. Obviously, once these Zealots are gone, the Archons disappear in the Prism and just try and be annoying via harassment. So that's a little bit of an annoyance, but nothing too major. The Prism going to get around the top side. The couple of Archons going to unload there. And we'll put a few more Zealots in the main, so MaxPax feels like he has a chance to do more. We are getting close to having those Mutas out. And Mutas will be great at chasing back the Prism. And if the Prism is still on the map, going to have to be very careful. Tell you what, a few Queen shots on the Prism right now would be massive. Take it away from kind of ability to kind of like recall home without the Mutas just KOing it. Would be really big. Feelings on the other side, just going to catch a couple of Zealots. The Archon drop will continue. Hey, there it is. A little bit of damage on the Prism. I believe that came actually from the Skull Crawler. As like I said, the Mutas are about to show up, and we are getting very close. Being able to jump on this. MaxPax starts to pull away. What are we doing? The Mutas are just going across the map, aren't they? Yeah, so never mind. Not going to try and catch the Prism. Would rather just try and prioritize damage on the other side initially. As those mutas gather and need to figure out where their best shot of an attack is at the early moment. Still building into the Roach setup, by the way. Missile is going to be the upgrade used. Of course, the High Templars have become an Archon now on the third base. Now into the main. There's no defense here. Battery on the way. Or cannon on the way, sorry. But it's going to get cancelled up. A couple Stalkers warp in. They're not going to do a lot of damage quickly. The main thing right now is that you're Archon reliant as MaxPax, and Archons are very slow-moving units, so they're going to be very difficult to move across into position to defend against these mutas, especially when you're trying to keep up with the mutas the whole time. That's the sort of thing that's not going to go super well for you, so we'll see how that continues. 8 workers going down at the moment. +2 attack. Phoenix and the Stargate coming up. Mutas, missiles, Musa's fly attack, and now finally melee upgrades on the way, so we are going to move to the melee after the Roach missile upgrade finished up here. A few more Stalkers warping in. The Archon still settling. Archon Immortal there to push the Roachling away again. Solar gonna be maxed out soon. There is the Phoenix, by the way. And I think MaxPax just saying, well, you like the mutas and you kept building them last time, so we're probably going to see a similar kind of idea of him. Just this time he's going to accelerate into the Phoenix much faster, but rather kind of get that on the go, as the Ling Roach will open a set of rocks, take those down, open up that space, and the mutas are currently working their way down to the south. So down to the bottom side they go. Mutas make their way straight over there, straight into place, and try and see, like I say, what they will do for the next few moments. The Ling Roach is gathering up, still knocking down some rocks, so opening up some space here. The mutas are going to fly over. There's only a couple Phoenix right now. If we can fight the Phoenix right now and reduce their numbers a bit, that would be a good thing. But like, we'll see if that's actually possible or not. That's not guaranteed something you're going to be able to do. Actually, it's going to kill a bunch of probes. We've still got the Ling Roach army out the front, is threatening to come in as well. The Archon's definitely scary here. We have got Storm, right? So Storm is a big factor. You do see Solar playing a bit differently. He's actually going to get Corruptors up to try and protect the mutas a bit against this growing Phoenix count. Again, something he never really did last time out with the Mutalisk. So very different approach from both players. Much faster the Phoenix from MaxPax. Solar actually going to try and protect these Mutalisks with the Corruptors. Obviously has that Ling Roach still looking to threaten as well. Keeping MaxPax as a 3-base Protoss and still looking to find different ways to attack on in and to deal some damage through these early stages. Alright, we are going to have the mutas still coming up then. +1 Flyer Carapace as well. Alright, again, a lot of investment into the skies out of Solar here. The Carapace, especially if you're going to make those Corruptors tanky, probably not a bad thing. I love that he's got some minerals and he's spending them on spines as well. Going to make it tough for, MaxPax to win by just attacking across the map and finding a bunch of damage. We do have units still positioned on the bottom side from Solar. Ling Roach looking to start pushing through there. We do see a gateway. It's going to get jumped on. The few Roach is taking a few more shots of damage. The Corruptors are going to be there. Still doing a few more bits and pieces. Again, the spine crawls continue through. Ling Muta continues up. We're just going to see those Mutas. Going to get rid of one more cannon here. Corruptor will chase. Prism pulls back. 4 more spines on the way through. Muta's just going to get the Prism, which is, it's nice in the long term. Say if the Corruptors to tank, they're not going to die as quickly, so you can kind of threaten that air army a little more. It's a terrifying army from MaxPax, though. Like, we do not really have something that kills this as Solar, unless the Mutas really manage to kind of get through enough of the anti-air. He's building more spines. Obviously, the commitment to the base rate is going to be the game plan, it would seem. We're going to start leaking into the natural expansion. Solar does have a lot of bases, a lot more infrastructure, so in terms of a base trade, he's better set up to base trade. So that's a big deal to begin with, right? Having the better base trade set up initially, pretty big factor. Tons of spines on some of the bases too. We'll slowly work through that army. Just going to dive in with the mutas there. Again, they are eating corrupt Phoenix shots, and those Phoenix keep on microing to try and make this as difficult as possible for Solar. Solar supply looking great, and again, he's got a wall of spines that's going to be taking at least a moment or two to chew through. You can just see like a couple queens, not going to do too much, but like even every unit you get rid of here is going to be huge, right? And these spines, they get rid of a couple of units already, and open their way through, maybe even an Immortal. MaxPax is sub 100 supply. Solar still going into a lot of mutas. And these Phoenix are so important because I do think that the game plan in the end is going to be, can we just overwhelm with Mutalisks? And I think we're very much there in terms of fighting this ground army. Yes, the Mutas would overwhelm. We just need to make sure those Phoenix are not going to win MaxPax this game. I'm actually going to recall home. I don't think Solar should be scared of this recall. He isn't. He just sits on it. Oh, there's a Storm. It's kind of cute. We're going to see the Phoenix flying back through. We kill one of them. The Corruptors have been chasing those Phoenix throughout this, and there's only a couple Phoenix really left. There's one in production that's halted because we've been losing power to the structures, and it does look as though Solar has crafted this particularly well to be able to take a game 3, and he goes up 2-1 in this best of 5, Solar will hold the advantage over MaxPax in this series, in this finals, as Solar looks to become a 4-time WARDITV Monday champion. Would be chasing Classic down for the 4th most winning player. He already is the 5th most winning player. And what's funny about those Solar wins is that they've all come in fairly quick succession. Solar won his first one a bit further ago, or a bit longer ago. Won his first one in Well, no, actually, WARDITV Monday is 15. He won 59, 61, and 63, and then had a little bit of an absence. He got one final since 63. This is his second. And, yeah, kind of interesting that Solar's wins all came at once, and all of a sudden we know he was getting better, though. I mean, I guess it's not too surprising. Just, I like looking at the stats. I like looking at the patterns of this event. It's fun. All right. Solar MaxPax, game number 4, Tourmaline, as Solar looks to win. This is a big aggressive map for for Solar. This is, to me, saying low-tech units, Roach Ravager aggression, like, let's go fight and keep on fighting. They'll stay on my shirt, don't mind me. This is like a let's go fight and keep on fighting kind of situation, you know? So let's see if that's going to be how Solar plays. As I've seen loads of games of Solar on this map where he just ends up kind of being like a Roach Ravager Lair Tech all in for like 15, 16, 20 minutes sometimes even. It's silly. In the top right side, MaxPax, our blue Protoss player, takes on Solar, the red Zerg. Why did MaxPax recall? I think because he just knew he had to defend the base. If he doesn't defend the base, he loses the game because he doesn't have any infrastructure elsewhere on the map. So he has to recall. He's got like 5, 6 more bases of Solar to kill. So his best bet is to try and defend his base. And the recall maybe kind of buys you time. You know, if Solar kind of said, I don't believe you have enough to actually, recall into me, which was the right call. That's why I said I like that he stood there. But maybe Solar runs away, maybe it buys you some time as MaxPax, maybe you do something from that position. So, yeah. Alright, couple probes nibbling about. Drone's gonna be mining away, looking cozy for a couple moments. And it's all set up for now. And yeah, Match got some cool coming online. No immediate surprises. Probe harassing, Overlord moving to the other side of the map. Going to be our starting point for the moment. Let's have a call. There's some leg coming through. Maybe a spawning pool coming up from Solar as well. Just going to get that for a little bit right now. Couple queens on the way out, and yeah, starting to see where we can take things over the next few moments. Bit of calm to start this one off. This is actually reminded me of a lot of the first time that these two played in the finals of a WARDITV Monday. It was a super epic 5-game series. It was super close. There was a lot of crazy games, and very similar to kind of the games we've been seeing, where it's very close, lots of action, lots of fighting. Maybe a bit more akin to kind of like what I was thinking in Game 1 a bit, and so on. So, yeah, kind of cool. Kind of cool. Stalker Stargate coming through, that Warp Gate coming about. We're going to see our Stargate coming about. Just going to get that into position for a couple moments. We are going to have our Adept coming over. So again, early game going to take a few moments here. Couple things are going to come about. We are going to be seeing the... It's moving for a moment. Again, nothing too crazy just yet. Again, just going to be seeing the Warp Gate and the Oracle coming about. Just going to see the few drones and a couple queens coming around as well. So we continue to set up with this momentarily and Again, set up to see where we'll take things. Again, Twilight Count's coming through. That gateway going about as well. Continue to get this going. Just going to be seeing the rest of this coming through for now, so we got that on the way. Just going to be seeing the gates and Twilight Council, the next coming through, the assimilator coming up, melee upgrade coming by. Looking reasonable right now. The Oracle can get rid of the crit tumor. The Queen's still going to be there. Going to get a bit more damage done right away for the moment. Let's see where we go. Just going to be having the melee upgrade still coming about. A few drones on the way through too. And again, there's that blink, there's those gateways. Continue to come around for now, getting that all into place. Just gonna find a queen between bases. It's not ideal for Solar. And unfortunately, that battery coming through, seeing the blink and the probes coming about as well. Just going to bring that online. That melee upgrade coming through once again from Solar. So we're back into a bit of a melee upgrade game. I like it. He's mixing it up nicely. I mean, you think about the last game, you know, MaxPax went into the charge build, and Solar had a great read on what a great time it was for him to actually have roaches set up, right? If he was going up against charge right now, the melee would struggle a whole lot more than what we saw last time out. So Solar's just making some very good reads on when to do things in this series. He's getting a lot of good kind of the right builds in the right games so far, I would say, based on what his opponent is choosing. It's going to be melee upgrade. That Bane Nest coming through. You'll see MaxPax quick to the Temple Archives. Likely just a fast storm to back up these Blink Stalkers initially to get that underway. This hatchery going to take some damage. Stalker's going to fight. And the Queens will continue to step forward and chase this down. Alright, plus one on the charge coming through. Temple Archives is going to come about then for a couple of seconds. Like I say, that's going to be Storm straight away. That's kind of just what we're expecting. That's really not going to be too much of a shocker at this point in time. Going to see the Hydra Den is going to come through as well, so Solar going to start getting his Hydras up into production. It's going to be a starting point for him for sure. Right now, as the Stalker's going to fight a little bit. A few Lings coming over. A few bits and pieces coming through. The Ling's going to try and fight against these Stalkers. Stalker's going to be there to try and fight against the Lings. And we are going to go back and forth. A couple of Queens are still stepping by as well. And the Stalker's just backing it up. Again, a couple of Lings going down for now. There's a bunch more Hydras still coming up. Again, Groove Spines and the +1 missiles coming up as well. Just going to bring that into play. Right off the bat, Stalker's going to trade. Hatch taking some damage. The Ling's coming over as well. I'm just going to fight here. Again, nice Stasis Ward catching a bunch of the Lings. It's always what you like to see. That's what does a lot of the work in these scenarios and puts you into a nice solid position. So I like to see that. Just going to be seeing those Hydras and the Queens. Going to hold out a little bit for a moment or two. It's just going to pull back over there, reset things a little. Again, there is the charge in the Prism. Solar supply stacking up onto this Hydroling Bane army. 73 drones, adding the extra 10, so he's going to be on this kind of big wave of Hydroling Bane, and the ability to kind of rebuild this Hydroling Bane again and again right now is kind of going to be the way that things go. So I feel like that's going to be how we continue to move right now. Hydroling moving up. That's a nice catch on the Stasis Ward. Gonna catch a few of those Hydras already, so again, it's something. It slows you down potentially. Oh, Bane's in this mineral line. Only get 6 probes. They also got a couple of units as well, so not a bad little run by to start things off. Not as devastating as the 17 probe Bane run by we had earlier, but definitely a reasonable place. Things run over. Just going to see that Prism loading up. Just going to relocate a little. Just going to pull back again. The Fleet Beacon coming through. The Cannon, Immortal, and the +2 attack upgrade continue to build by. Lings and the Overlords will continue in as well, so we keep producing those. And that is where we go for the moment here. Well, Banes just get morphed in immediately, so bring those straight through. Just going to be seeing the Mothership on the way with the Stargate to accompany it, +2 on the attack upgrade as well. MaxPax ready for the later stage, but the reality right now is you've got to get to that later stage, and Solar's going to be applying a lot of pressure to try and stop you getting there. Good use of the Storms. A couple Storms in good positions. Doesn't kill a lot of Banes because Solar didn't run into it consistently. Stasis Ward actually saves a couple units there. Great split back this time from Solar. Reading where that Storm was about to be. This one probably just worth rolling through and just killing what we can because we're close to the stack defense. Yeah, Storm's definitely getting some damage done, but I actually think Solar did a good job of minimizing some of this Storm effectiveness. We've got a couple Storms left over. However, the Banes are getting dangerously close to a bunch of the High Templar. They morph into Archons. There's a fresh High Templar in the background that still has some Storm potential, but probes are going down on this Nexus, and Solar is in position to do some damage here now. We are taking some damage on the other side. We're going to take down the 4th base. I think that's a point where you just step back and go home, and especially deal with the Zealot run by as MaxPax started to deal some damage, some drones in return for the probes that he lost. As these Hydras will play cleanup, the Zealots will fall. So it's still holding a 5-base setup, and MaxPax will have to try and get back to 4 bases. He's going to try and get to Tempest. He's going to have to replenish his High Templar, get new Storms available here, else risk running into trouble long term. The Stasis just going to catch a little bit of the Ling Bane. The Lings and the Hydras pushing through. Storm coming down. Time Warp coming into play as well. Yeah, I like it. Use all these Mothership abilities as Solar trying to force the issue right now. It's weird because it's like, do you want to give MaxPax time? Not really, but maybe you do because you actually have the base advantage, right? Yeah, it's a tough call to make. High Templar's not dropping Storms right now. We're just going to keep running at this. Some of the Hydras peeling off to the natural. Zealots again into the bottom right are going to be a big factor. So that's going to be something just, again, hitting these bases of Solar, forcing him to kind of keep on, you know, losing out if he's focusing on attacking, and these Zealots are going huge. And this time, MaxPax does not kill, Solar does not kill workers in return. Still want to say it's kind of okay for Solar. Like, don't get me wrong, his supplies go in the wrong direction, but I do feel, I mean, 18 drones is a lot. I thought he was going to stop this before it became maybe that extreme. Oh, Solar maybe does not have this anymore, actually. Like I say, the supply drops a lot there. 18 drones really is a lot. And this next wave of attack didn't do much. Like, maybe it kept MaxPax off the 4th base. But he didn't try and take the 4th base again yet. So I just don't know if I love it. We're going to warp in more Banes. The Spire going to be done, but Solar does not have the gas to make anything off the Spire of significance right now. Maybe that's a later game, like I'm going to build Corruptors against these Tempest situation. That's an amazing Storm. We kind of run into it in the Time Warp, so that combination is going to be a little bit brutal. Time Warp taking away some of the micro ability of what Solar has, and he's taking damage across the map. Once again, GG has to be called as MaxPax look to be in trouble. Solar just cannot get through afterwards, and MaxPax gets to an army that's just a bit too good despite losing that 4th base. It's another one of those moments where it's like Solar just wants to keep on going. He doesn't want to let up the pressure, and maybe, just maybe, that would have been the better way to go about it. To actually just give up a bit of pressure, give up a bit of space, or something to that effect. Alright, GG's. We're going to get into a Game 5, 5th game. MaxPax and Solar. Will Solar take his 4th ever WARDITV Monday? Will MaxPax take his 21st and keep on chasing down Clem? MaxPax went through herO and Clem today to keep them from catching or getting away from him. That doesn't matter if he doesn't gain any himself, I guess. Let's get loading in. Yep, Solar didn't have his race set, so we'll just back into this for a second, guys. Yeah. Celestial Enclave to round us out to this game. Alright, Celestial Enclave, final map of the day, my friends. After this, we are doing a little bit of sponsored content in the form of Call of Dragons. Again, that's down there, !COD if you want to check it out with me. Gonna be some fun. Alright, let's get this started up, guys. Let's do it. MaxPax and Solar. Final game, deciding map. It's been a great tournament. This finals especially has been a banging. Let's see what we ended up with as we get this underway. MaxPax top right, Solar bottom left, Celestial Enclave our map. Very exciting. Very exciting to get to an end of this. Fun, fun, fun. Big, interesting map. Obviously, the size of this map takes away some of the aggression sometimes, for sure. This is a, it's actually a map where I'm like, you know what? Yeah, to me, this is the kind of map where I'm like, I don't see it enough still to really fully have a full opinion on this. So many times you see this map and it's just a proxy hatchery or something to that effect. So, yeah, it's interesting in that regard. It's very interesting in that regard, actually. So, yeah, it's a cool one. We just see so many different things on this map. That's what it kind of comes down to. Punch Castle Pool coming up. Next is the Gateway coming about. Gonna be seeing that next in the Cyber Core coming about for a few moments. The Overlord moving up the right side. Get that underway for a few moments. Cybercore on the next coming through, the Assimilator and the Pylon coming up. Take a couple moments to get this Game 5 underway. Alright, drone coming over. Just going to be getting ready to actually take a third hatcher. At least it seemed like he's actually going to go run down to the low ground now instead. So, moving over there. Relocating just for a moment. And we'll start to figure out what the plan may be. We've seen the Adept taking a few more shots. The Queen of the Ling is going to gather together as well. So again, we move about just for the moment to get that underway. Continue to set this up for a couple seconds. Again, just going to see the Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to come about. The Adept is coming through. Going to see the couple of Adepts together. We'll go after a couple of these Zerglings. The Queen step to the front, ready to try and deal with this. Again, not going to be about a finish. The hatchery coming by. The drones they are building. Again, the Oracle and the Warp Gate all building about our nexus on the top side. Getting that into position. And this Oracle pops out of the Stone Gate and into the fire of this game. Has a few Lings will run up here. There's nothing to really see. Oracle will find them straight away. I'm just going to see the drones moving about. Just have the Queens there. A couple of these drones going down. Bit of damage being dealt. Just going to be seeing 8 drones going down pretty quickly. It's pretty serious damage. 8 workers is pretty substantial. Come on, 9 drones going down. The Oracle's going to pull back up toward the top side. Just going to be seeing the Oracle still activate and a few of these Lings going down as we speak. So 9 drones is a really good start. We've not really seen this amount of damage done in the games previously, and that means that we're not exactly off to a great start as Solar. He's definitely, every game before this, had a much better starting point than this one, so not ideal. It's another big map where I imagine Solar might have been thinking kind of toward the line of Mutalisks. Anything he does right now is going to come under serious threat because, like I say, his economy is going to be much weaker. Oh, he's going to throw the Nidus down. I kind of love the Ling Queen Nidus. Obviously, like I say, losing a bunch of drones before doing it is not ideal. He's adding a few more, but yeah, this Nidus is on the way. And he is going to send a couple batteries coming up from MaxPax. Where are they building? In the natural, in the third. Yeah, so MaxPax is reading correctly. That's an attack. But if the Nidus comes into the main and there's no defense in the main, this gets very awkward, actually. So, yeah, MaxPax is, I think, reading this correctly in the terms of he knows it's aggression. he just doesn't recognize that it's going to be aggression that he's not setting up in the right place for. Nidus into the in-base gives you the chance to go into the main, and the main is where the tech is. If you lose the main base, that could become very complicated very quickly. Nidus is about to spawn. We're going to see MaxPax's reaction very shortly here, but there's no defense in the main, no wall off or anything, and the queens are out. Probably drop a creep team or two on this low ground. The lings start to stream through, and into the main mineral line we go. There's going to be a bit of attack at the front as well. A few lings there, just going to keep a few stalkers busy. MaxPax not bringing those over. Like I say, there's a lot of queens. And see what the approach is going to be. Oracle's going to be careful. First Oracle very nearly going down right there. Jesus, we got to be careful with the Oracle. We can't let that go down so easily. Battery going to go down. The lings are just shredding the probes. A lot of damage done already. New Nidus network here to give us creep on this high ground. That will give the queens chance to transfuse. Do we get it in time to save that first queen? Not quite. But we should be able to transfuse from here. The Oracles are going down. Lings fighting these stalkers. Reinforcing lings are going to flood through the Nidus network right now. And Solar gets a few lings to the low ground. Going to try and be aggressive there. Okay, the Oracle shows up. He's going to pull back to the high ground instead. Blink is done. The stalkers do have the capability of keeping themselves alive much more comfortably than they usually would. He's going to see the lings still pulling about 23 probes killed. That's going to equalize the worker count, so we're not done yet. Obviously, Solar needs more than what he's found so far. There's ways to go before this is determined, as we are going to get rid of the Forge. There goes the +1. Obviously, we've got pylons and gates here that are targets as well. Does Solar have enough to keep this going? Honestly, seems like no. The queens jump away. The lings jump away. He was building a Rotor, and he's going to change that to a Hydra Den. I think it's probably the right choice. We're going to try and throw another Nidus down into the front, but yeah, going to switch toward Hydras here and something a little bit more substantial to fight. Worker count 43, 44 to 38. Because he's got the lair, he's got, like I say, some tech. He won't have an Evo chamber, though. Again, pops the Nidus up. It's going to be fun. I'm not sure we get anything meaningful out of this. MaxPax has held. Solar supply doesn't look good, but he's stacking a bit of money. Starts up another few drones. Does definitely feel, obviously, that MaxPax should be leading after a defense like that. Like, yes, you lose a ton of probes, but we're so committed from Solar. So committed, and it started off well. Like, MaxPax was not really set up in the main, but the Blink Stalkers being able to blink and obviously trade well, you know, makes a lot happen in that regard right off the bat as well. These few Stalkers continue to come through. You're going to see the Lings coming about, a couple of Stalkers gathering up. The rest of these Stalkers coming around also. And just heading down at the bottom side. Proof Spine's coming up for the Hydras as we try and get them to be as good as they possibly can be here, which... Yeah, I mean, like I said, I like the Hydras. I think they're one of the better units we can build to give us a chance here. It's just not going to be enough. MaxPax is going to take it 3-2. Victory. What's that saying of victory? Victory for MaxPax in the WARDITV Mondays 78. Solar cannot get it done. And MaxPax takes it down for victory 21. I love MaxPax. I just get so excited when everyone else gets so close to winning, and then MaxPax just wins in the end anyway. Like MaxPax suffering from success in terms of having Wardy as a fan, or Wardy cheering for him in these cups. I just like to see the different guys wins, guys. I wanted to see Solar take it down. It was a great series. It was a great finals. We couldn't have really asked for more. So, yeah, great series. Just Solar a little bit short of the mark in the end. So close, but not quite close enough. Guys, that's going to wrap up the StarCraft teacher for the day. But we're going to stream another hour or so as we're going to have the... We're going to have the Call of Dragons sponsored content coming up. So we're going to play this for about an hour or so. We're going to play it for a couple of hours over the course of the next couple of weeks, but we're going to play our first hour or so now. So we're going to be moving into that. If you are going to leave us here, if you want to support, stick around. Most importantly, you don't even have to necessarily stick around, but just go check out the game. !COD will give you the download link. Installing the game straight up just gives us money to help run more StarCraft events. And beyond that, obviously, if you do want to support further, then play the game along with us, get to level 5, and so helps us. We get more money the more that you guys level up. So check that out with the !COD. We actually had a lot of fun playing this last time around on the stream. The first time we did this, it was a lot of fun. We actually had a great time. So kind of hoping that we have a little bit of that as well this time around. And yeah, it should be kind of cool. Should be kind of cool. So we're going to move on over to that, guys. And if you are going to leave us, like I say, I appreciate you all having been here and hanging out with us and enjoying some games. So yeah, if you are going to leave us, thanks for watching. On YouTube, we're going to go offline. If you want to join us for the sponsored content, come on over to Twitch, guys. Just going to run a round of ads as we get this ready to go. If you're looking for more StarCraft, tomorrow we'll be live with the WARDITV Team League. Day 1, 2, 3, day 4? Maybe day 5. One of the days of WARDITV Team League coming up tomorrow should be fun. It includes an onside Maru versus Villains of SE2 MaxPax matchup. So Maru versus MaxPax tomorrow in the WARDITV Team League. If you're excited about that, then come check out tomorrow. All right, let me switch the game over to Call of Dragons, and we'll get ready to rumble. Alrighty. Like I say, we will play this for about an hour or so, guys, today, and go from there. So let me shut off the StarCraft 2 and get Call of Dragons open. We're going to start a fresh run on Call of Dragons. I logged into my account earlier, and I still have my old character, but we're going to start a fresh character because I personally just think that's kind of fun to start fresh on stream and also just remember what we're doing and stuff instead of trying to pick up from where we left off. So we're going to do that, and there might be a bit of a cutscene at the start. I'm kind of thinking I need a BRB moment, but I might leave you guys to watch the cutscene. Let's go over here. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Let's see if it loads me onto the... Yes, cutscene.
Darkness.
All right, I'm going to let you guys watch this while I BRB a moment, and I'll be back with you guys in a sec.
Is nigh.
Very exciting.
Grave danger.
I haven't played this in a while, man.
How do we fight destiny?
How do you fight destiny, guys? Also a great question, realistically. How do you fight destiny?
Darkness has shrouded the land of Tamaris. You are the warrior spoken of in prophecy. The fate of the realm lies in your hands.
I love it.
Please, select a faction.
I love it when all the pressure is on me. Please select a faction. I feel like last time we were Guanwin. I think this time I'm going to go for Bakar. I mean, I kind of like the idea of maybe maging, but I don't think it's actually super important overall, so I'm going to go Bakar. Oh, we had to find out. Bakar's face legendary creatures. I think we get all of these guys eventually anyway. It's just he's our like starting champion and he talks to us and stuff. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go Bakar. I definitely skip tutorial and start the game. Do you want to skip the tutorial? No, we'll just do the tutorial because we're back to doing it. By doing nothing, Destiny falls, yeah. Following the night of burning stars, the dragons have awoken, and the Darklings are advancing mercilessly towards a town. I didn't read it. You have found yourself trapped outside the city walls and must break free from the ambush to return to your city.
He says I'm needed immediately. Is our city in danger?
Probably.
We have to break this siege.
We have to break this siege. All right, tap a location to move. We're gaming. All right, we're moving. And we are fighting. Love it. Oh no, a dragon. Oh yeah, I forgot that this is the intro part. This game has a few different kind of ways of playing it. Like, it gets very different. There's some different stuff that comes up. All right, breaking out. Let's leave the square. A dragon, watch out. Ah. Oh my god, there's loads of people. Defeat the dark creature blocking the path. New mission objective, guys. So yeah, guys, again, if you want to support this, it's obviously sponsored. You can !COD in the Twitch chat. I'm going to turn YouTube off now. And I will just throw YouTube off because I forgot to